teachers.
Who else?
And then Israel is number it's either 3 or 4.
Israel is about number 40 or 50.
It's not 40 or 50.
Insurance, it's the prescription drug companies, it's insurance, it's the NRA. Do you want to go through the list? No. First of all, teachers, yeah, you can go through the number one, and you can pull it up. Anyone can hit Google and look, and way down on the list. But by the way, just so you know, that AIPAC, and I'm going to be very clear on this, does not write checks. Jewish Americans write checks. We write checks, and we write checks to members of Congress, because that's all AIPAC does, is members of Congress. They don't do the executive branch. We write checks up to $5,700, which is the limit for members of Congress, and it is bundled by an organization. It is not that organization writing the checks. It is Christians and Jews that support the American Israel. I actually know this more than you do, okay? I actually know this more than you do. It's Christians and Jews that believe in the American-Israel relationship that write checks to the maximum of $5,700, and they give it as to an organization that bundles it and gives it as support to
it's a super PAC in their top 5 strongest in the United States.
Did I just say how AIPAC is funded? It's individuals.
That's why they're still top 5. It doesn't matter.
They are not top 5. Go Google it. Go Google the top 5. Not even close. Not even close. I'm not denying it. Anyone can look it up. Anyone can look it up. Look at the top lobbyists in Washington. Have you spent time lobbying? Have you ever knocked on doors in Washington? Do you know who's there? Who's on it? Okay? It's the pharmaceuticals. It's the insurance companies. It's AAA. It's NRA. You can go through it. It's the AARP. AARP is one of the top.
Not even in the top 20. National Association of Realtors, which we all know is a Jewish front group, to get funding breaks, and the American Chamber of Commerce is number 2. Research Manufacturers of America is number 3. American Hospital Association is number 4. Blue Cross Blue Shield is number 5. So again, not sure.
Keep going, Ben, because there's lots of other ones.
Number 6. American Medical. I'm going to get back for you so that you can open your mouth, and immediately you stuck your foot in it, too. Yes, I'm a Christian. I'm pro-Israel because they're an ally. Okay, for 10 minutes.
It's cool, though.
For 10 minutes.
It's cool, though. It was like 20 minutes, but
25 minutes, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make it short, though. I don't know why people are saying or missing a lot of other people, and I don't think people pose as Jewish people. So they're not. It's not
Yes, they're not Jewish. They're all Christian now. The Rothschilds.
They converted. Here's the thing, right? I don't buy it. If y'all buy that, right?
Well, we know it.
I mean, you can buy it.
Jewish.
It's just a facade. People don't know. Where did that information come from?
Have you ever met a Rothschild?
Here's something, right? Here's the thing, right? History. It's not like I'm just saying this now. Everybody's been saying this throughout all of history about it.
Yes, people say things of black people do, and I call that racism. What do you call it?
Simple. They've been saying this.
As people say bad things of
What Jewish people do.
No, wait, Kaz, I'm asking you a rhetorical question. Kaz, wait a second. People enslaved black folks. I call that racism. People said that they were bad things. I call it racism. What do you call when they call Jewish specific things? Whether they call Jews lazy, or they call Jews stupid, or they say Jews are on welfare. I call that racism. What would you call it?
trying to run everything.
Run
They have bad intentions, and they spread a lot of pedophilia shit.
Jonas Salk had a bad intention, Cass? Did Jonas Salk have a bad intention, Cass?
And Michael Jackson.
No, it's not part of it. All Jewish is not.
I agree with you. So why would you say it about?
They're not Jewish, so give us one.
They are Jewish.
No, they're not. Cass, they're not. So give us a Jew at the top.
Who's the Jew
Yes,
at
they
the
are.
top?
They're Jewish.
Dude, there's no law about it. You're fucking Jewish. I want to be one of these Jews. Okay, Michael Bloomberg. Okay, what did Michael Bloomberg do that was bad? He was mayor of New York.
Her statement, she just randomly blurted a Jew.
Who is Jonas Salk? Who's Salk, Cass?
Do I
Do you have
have
any relatives? Do you have any relatives that had it?
I don't know. I don't know, Carla.
Okay, you know why they don't have it?
Why?
Because Jonas Salk invented the vaccine so that nobody has it anymore.
So here's the thing.
So, and guess what about Jonas Salk? He's Jewish. Yeah.
You know what? A Jewish person. Yeah. There's sickness. He made a vaccine for it, right? So you listen to this. I'm saying this.
And you know what he charged?
What if we?
Many people, all millions of people all around the world
overthought me, bro. Like,
I waited all that.
I think I just heard him say that. Did anyone else? David, did you hear him say that?
The story you think it is not really that. I'm saying that you shouldn't trust the vaccine. I want to clear out, right?
And how do you
Place of you wanting to listen to this shit comes into play. It's a you problem if you want to listen to it at this point.
Okay, so
I'm not trolling at all. This is what you actually they create the problem.
Yeah, he's like incredibly anti-Semitic, like honestly.
Oh my gosh.
Why don't you want to be
Please not talk to these people. You just put all the vaccines, guys. Literally, I said, look at Epstein. Look at all of the Epstein. I said, look at Epstein.
Okay, all right. Let's go one at a time. Let's try to a little bit. For the right now, Jews did not invent polio. Jews did create polio.
You would know if they.
Yes, of course.
They wouldn't.
There's no such thing as inventing.
Be real about it.
Let's move on.
It's so unfortunate because, this kind of rhetoric actually is like a double-edged sword. It like hurts you guys, like the Jewish people in the room, to keep hearing this kind of narrative, and it simultaneously destabilizes like all of your contributions.
Then you too might become an R-word. Your audiobook that you choose to listen to is important. Therefore, use discernment and discrimination to know how much is too much Clubhouse. Hello?
Here's my big issue with all this stuff. What's happening is that they're creating unfalsifiable arguments. I mean, when I say they, I'm going to be specific here. I mean, anti-Semites like Kaz. When he says they, he roughly means the Jew are anti-Semitic as well. When you call them out and say, hey, what you're saying is insane. Oh, yeah, you actually are, dude. No, like saying intellectually dishonest. Please let's not be intellectually dishonest and giving.
What do you mean?
No, and giving past credit.
It's as high as
But we're not. We're talking about the person here right now, and the person here right now. Those estimates go down and not up. So please let's not be intellectually dishonest.
But I genuinely think that the mainstream numbers are overrepresented.
Oh, here we go again with overrepresentation of Holocaust victims. Why do we tolerate these people? I do not know.
We're still talking hundreds of thousands and millions of people. It's still the tragedy. So like measuring like ER instead of
Minimizing it, bro.
It's not about minimizing.
We're not talking about people who are not in this room. We're talking about the person who said the statement in this room.
I understand English. I disagree with the way that you're taking it, and the reason why is because they're not doing something positive. I'm not saying that he's doing something positive.
Well, I think it's just your opinion that you understand English, because I asked you earlier if you knew the difference between an opinion and a fact. He didn't know the difference between an opinion and a fact, and he just keeps talking like a motor mouth, like how I'm doing, and we just keep talking over each other because one of us must definitely have a mental health problem.
I'm going to say this again. I had to take a few phone calls in particular. Begin to parrot Nazi anti-Semitic lies, it's particularly disturbing since black folks, too were the subject of discrimination and racism and oppression historically, like the Jews. Now, do we have to keep drilling down into this nonsense of Holocaust denial and Holocaust minimization, or can we move on to something like
the reason why I don't think you guys care about progress. And the reason to basically with not Jewish, but have a conversation with some Jewish folk and kind of. There's a lot of people that you guys are calling anti-Semitic that are not anti-Semitic. This is the worst thing that you can. Or if you say that Jews are overrepresented in the media, you have to feel like you're committing a crime. Like, there are certain things that you guys are doing that are strategic in my point of view, and that gives people like Kaz more credibility because you guys can't even have. That was. Yeah, I wasn't alive during that time. I know you were alive during. Civilization and they are. I agree. They're all the people that agree with it. Like, they are wasn't alive during the Holocaust. How could he even know about it? Look at
Here are Samson, everybody's talking at the same time. Somebody gotta turn this book because nobody can hear everybody talking at the same room. There's no point in everything
being impervious.
But here's the thing, Norm. People say,
why don't you try different strategies?
People say this, right? People say people are racist. You shut the fuck up. You look like a thumb, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Talking.
You a thumb, bitch. I like the fight.
He's a Jews. I've heard enough nonsense from this guy. He's a Jews. I've heard enough nonsense from this guy. I'm here to tell you that it's a folktale. Okay, it didn't happen, right? I mean, my mother lived through it, but she must have been dreaming. And by the way, all those dead Jews, any minute now they're just resting, and any minute now they're fixing to get up and walk. So, thank God for that. They're all coming back to life. It was all a big misunderstanding.
The craziest part, Norm, is that it's the most documented thing ever. These motherfucking Nazis, they were proud of it. They didn't deny it when they were put on trial. They said we were murderers, but they didn't say we didn't do it. It's the most documented thing of all time. It's October 7th, the terrorists who would go out there and they're videotaping themselves raping and killing people, and then people say, oh, they didn't do it. There's always going to be somebody, I mean, God bless Kanye. Kanye said slavery was a choice. I guess this guy must agree with him that slavery was a choice. Yeah, but the thing is that when Kanye said that, I believe that people get to say, like, things that they believe in some instance. But at the end of the day, y'all can talk all the shit y'all want, but people notice patterns.
At the end of the day, we got pattern recognition seekers, distributors of hate speech like NPC, low IQ baboons that don't.
Just have questions. It makes the people. No, you get conspiracy theories. You just want to provoke people. You're trying to provoke Jews when you say the Holocaust didn't happen or it's a folktale. 6 million is a big. Oh my gosh. You don't have a son.
Yeah, NPC didn't say that. Randy, NPC didn't say that.
Who said that it's 6 million is a folktale?
Yeah, that person's been
read that in the book. But there's no source for it.
I didn't mean to say baboon there. Could have just said dumbass. That's really what I meant to say. It just seemed like that was the next logical word for me.
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon is a criminal. $3 billion to give to crime. mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the transparency now. Public spending tracker. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $1 billion to give to Cronin. Fuck up the CPU is a market propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the
You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Oh, you can't go out there. You calling for the people, but the door stay closed. Tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Wanna punch, man, and trick 'em in real time. Not enough photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction. Brandon Johnson is it's never a paycheck, so with a smile and line. I'm doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sunday on the dime. Like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with a reef. Every promise on paper. Feels good to me. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We don't want to be back. All the bills and all the streets. Cash goes out like this. Open up the books right now. Show the nights that I'm lying. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Calling for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable and raise the toll. Oh, sitting in a Trump car just to figure it out. I got slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in the real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We don't want to pay you back. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We don't want to pay you back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show it up. Truth on a jacket screen. Google Ads. Google AI. Johnson is the tag.
bills on the kitchen table. Red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hands in the playground. One three in the dark, who's counting? Crazy lights up, hands down on the mountain. CPU speaks like a from a play. Kids use this pop for you catch that. Brandon Johnson is the test. Every nation from Florida. You're watching, you're writing on the past. Brandon Johnson is the test. Singing loud, shouting loud. Open, force, track every step. Brandon Johnson is the test. Affordability, just a slogan on a fire. Red gun, what you call me an denier. You brand every critic and enemy off. I'll promise to the math that can't cut off. World basement, yes, let's get fat. Streets still lying, you must lie. Just get fat, we're making out. You got it out. Brandon Johnson is the test. Nation, for attack. Fuck him, we made our back.
What is it? What is it?
What do you mean? What is it?
Is it in the U.S. government? Is atheism within the U.S. government? I just want to know.
No, it's a separate government.
Would you choose a president that's an atheist?
I mean, if they want freedom, then yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Simon is an anarcho-capitalist.
I'm not
Yes, you are.
I'm not anarchist or fucking.
Yes, you are. Everything you describe is
You said you didn't call him. You said you lied. You said you just called him a retard.
I said.
Oh, you didn't say
He
that.
lies about not being an anarcho-capitalist.
Lies about everything.
I said. It comes when it
I
comes.
lied about everything. It's insane.
I said.
That's what the atheists do.
They just lie all the time.
Finish the sentence. I said.
People ask you one final question before
Theist.
talking about the time and
You reject the laws of logic. You're stupid. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're an anarchist, especially an anarcho-capitalist, you have evaded so many facts that you cannot, like, again, I'm a cheap when I talk retards because I know a lot of them, but I think that they hold a stupid and very evil position.
That's projection. That's Simon projecting, obviously.
I wish we could start from the beginning and you actually tell us something substantive that we can like bite into here, right? To compare Christianity to, because you're not really giving us much to.
He doesn't have anything to give, by the way. He just gave you his projection. That was all he gave you.
Being in favor of capitalism.
Again, let's repeat back to him what he just said. That was his projection. He gave you what he has. That was it. And as we can all see, there's not much there. He's like a wet sponge.
So he's still a Christian then. He's still a Christian.
MashaAllah, brother.
What is your
Yeah, he was a Catholic.
Yeah.
I mean, I was not.
I mean, once a Catholic, always a Catholic.
That's
So
I
correct.
was like
Correct.
7 years old and like God made no sense.
same for CM.
God made no sense at the age of 7. What the fuck did you know how to do at the age of 7?
He knew how to determine that he was an atheist because obviously now in his 30s, he's even more intelligent than he was when he was 7 years old. He's grown in intelligence, as you can see.
You can't even tie a shoe at 7.
I was talking about you at like 4 or 5.
What the fuck?
I was talking about you at like 4.
Is this your first time meeting Simon as he whispers in his closet as his fiance or girlfriend sleeps in the other room? This is what he does. He comes here, he says nothing. And you guys are wondering why you're frustrated? The man has nothing intelligent to say. Just challenge him to say one smart thing. He can't do it.
Just gonna ask the question.
Exactly. That's why I say he's like a wet sponge. There's just nothing there. you could squeeze it all you want, but you're not going to get anything but some water out of it. There's just no intelligence there. The man is like autistic. He's autistic, basically.
Too much of an autist. Not too much of schizophrenia.
He's neurodivergent like Abby, but unlike Abby, Abby escaped an actual biological lab in Ukraine near Chernobyl, and thus you see the mutant rat freak you know is Abby.
No, she's not from there. She's
Well, Simon's not far away. Simon was made in the library near the Ayn Rand section, and Simon actually, anyways, if you guys are looking to discuss, read a book. If you want to be annoyed, talk to Simon or Abby. I am complete.
Okay, I will give you something annoying. Simon thinks he eats 7,000 calories a day and still lose weight. 7,000.
oh yeah, eating his girlfriend's box. He's doing that.
Ew. Okay, that's disgusting. Anyway, that got debunked, by the way. There was word 7,000. Nobody can eat 7,000 calories. Are you kidding me?
This motherfucker. You have any questions he asked today?
Not only was I actually tracking and giving you exactly like the pictures of what I was eating.
Yeah, we tracked that, honey. It was like 3,000 or something.
Homie, that's extreme. There's no way. You broke universal laws.
Not really. Not really.
It's another one of those amazing claims where he just asks questions all day long. Maybe he'll send you a picture or something. But again, if you think you're going to actually gain any kind of intelligence or anything useful or have any fun talking to Simon, you will be mistaken. It's not fun talking to Simon. It's not informative talking to Simon. He can't persuade you of anything. It's literally like talking to a wet sponge. Hi, wet sponge. What's new today? Squeeze. Nothing there? Great. Moving on.
Yeah, he's a neo.
Megatron came all over the wet sponge.
Yeah, fuck that. Of course. And at the age of 7, you already knew and understood the Trinity.
He knew all of 2,000 years of history and philosophy and worldview just by 7. The guy's Mozart.
Messiah. Yeah, all the prophecies that led up to the Messiah. You could debunk every single polemic at the age of 7. So then how did you know that it was bullshit? What do you mean didn't make sense?
Actually, it didn't make sense to me. My mom would say there's this.
You're lucky if Voltron makes sense to you at 7, let alone the fucking Bible. Are you serious?
Exactly. Again, I'm not saying I was this like a genius. It's the way it was described to me, it didn't make any sense.
I still don't understand Voltron.
Who does?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's just admit he's the Mozart of our words on this app. He learned all of human history by 7. He learned all of philosophy, mathematics, everything. By 7 years old, this guy figured it all out. So I want to welcome you all back to the Roast of Simon. Let's start the barbecue.
I'm not a Christian because at the age of 7, Thomas Aquinas was just so boring.
Actually, I think Thomas Aquinas is like one of the best. I actually really like Thomas Aquinas.
Great, he was Christian.
PTR Megatron.
He is an objectivist, while being very objective.
Like a 7-year-old saying, Dad, why do you believe in God? And he's like, well, son, I've been alive for 55 years. You only existed for 7 years times 365 times 24 hours. You haven't actually read as many books as I have, son. You haven't experienced life the way that I have to know that rules exist. And that intelligence comes from books, my son. But Dad, God is an illusion. You're just using your imagination. No, son, I've been reading books, and you're only 7, son. Please wait till you're at least 50 and read a lot of books and experienced a lot of life till you make your final decision and determination. Thanks, son. But, Father, I've read Ayn Rand in the library. Ayn Rand changed my life, Dad. And you never read Ayn Rand. You don't understand about Ayn. She's a genius, Dad, unlike you. Well, son, that's just like your opinion. I hate you, Dad. I wish you were dead, Dad. You're so stupid, you're delusional, Dad. Okay, son, take it easy, son. Take it easy, son. No!
So here's where the real critique is going to come in, right? So looking at what he's given me here so far, and I'm looking under what objectivism is and precise. So it says metaphysics, reality exists independently of perception, objective reality. Epistemology, reason, the only valid means of acquiring knowledge. She rejects faith as a method of knowing. Ethics, now this is the interesting one. Rational self-interest, the individual ought to pursue their own flourishing as a moral good. Now that's kind of interesting because that same pillar almost mimics the one from the Secular Humanist Manifesto. So, right there on that, rational self-interest, anybody can rationalize themselves to anything. And the individual ought to pursue that as a form of flourishing, as a moral good, or as a moral good. It's not always going to narrow down to that, dude. That's not objective at all. That's actually kind of subjective and selfish. What do you think of that, Simon?
Currently editing a video, and my girlfriend is in the other room sleeping, so I'll have to whisper. But if you haven't read Ayn Rand yet and determined the difference between object and subject and object, then you don't know how words work. And I don't have enough time to explain it to you. Sorry, my girlfriend's sleeping, and I gotta whisper in the other room.
You know what we should do, though, Universe? We should study her for like a week, and I guarantee we'll know more about her in a week than he's known the whole time. You want to do it, Universe? Let's see who can reach. Let's see who can reach the epic levels first. All right, when do we start it? Start it now.
Start it now.
I'm not home, so you're gonna have it in the head.
Honestly, I'm actually really.
Activism, the philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Akoff. When we read this book, Simon will become so irrelevant, he'll just disappear.
Yeah, we're gonna know it. And what's today, Monday? Yeah, by Friday, we have to give a full decent to stuff. So,
I mean, I could do that. I would be really impressed.
I could do this. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I'm gonna know more about this view than you do in a week.
Okay, cool. I've been studying it formally for like 8 years, but okay.
Have you?
Yeah.
8 years.
Well, some people read the Bible their whole lives and they never even understand it. So what does that tell us exactly, Dr. Simon?
You kept that to yourself.
Okay, I just bought the book, Ayn Rand Library, the Ayn Rand Lexicon, Objectivism from A to Z, and we're going to test Simon's knowledge of Ayn Rand philosophy.
No, we're going to debate him on it. We're going to own him on it. Like, I'm going to become an objectivist by Friday.
Sure, let's do it.
I agree. I can't wait to see Simon disappear.
Wednesday morning, I'm going to be debating Universe on this. Like,
Oop just bought another Ayn Rand book for $4 called The Virtue of Selfishness, the 50th anniversary edition. Have you read The Virtue of Selfishness, Simon?
Yeah, multiple times. You should probably read the Objectivist Epistemology, the Intro to Objectivist Epistemology.
I'm sorry, you were mumbling. What did you say?
I said you should probably read the Intro to Objectivist Epistemology. That's
What does epistemology mean, Simon?
It's the study of human knowledge.
And what does objectivism mean?
Objectivism is just the
I know, but what does objectivism like? We have the word object, and then we have the word ism, correct? Because I don't think a lot of people know that objectivism is just materialism. Like the drum right here in front of me, or the table that my phone is standing on. Those are called objects. And so if I believe in an object, well, clearly I'm an objectivist. If I open up a book on philosophy and it's about the subject, well, then I guess I'm a subjectivist. Can I be a subjectivist and an objectivist? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
No.
I can't be an objectivist and a subjectivist. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the R word who's been reading Ayn Rand for 8 years and can't even explain it because he's an R word. And that's okay. There are autistic people that live in facilities for their own safety. They can't actually take care of themselves. But Simon here, amazingly, actually, he works. He has a business or he has a job. But yet again, it's just not fun talking to him because there's just nothing there. I mean, but I could be mistaken. Maybe he's got a hot girlfriend and that redeems him. I hope so.
7,000 calories eating boxer and shit.
It's amazing how stupid you can be that you can say there is no God, but yet the word itself exists. And so you can try to define it. Other people can try to define it, but you just say that word is an illusion. It's just in your mind. It doesn't mean anything. Meanwhile, the word God itself can be translated into so many different words. What we're really doing is dealing with highly argumentative people that hate your choice of words or opinions of words. And these are stupid retards, ladies and gentlemen. People that should be despised in society because they're so obnoxious and so stupid and so fucking petty and retarded like Simon.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. I think these fall under the rationalist camp when it comes to their epistemology. So they'll say words, give descriptions, but they can't actually, but they divorce the concepts from reality. So that's why like people start with definitions of what God is and all that because they're missing the observation to tie the words to the object in reality.
Thank you for your projection on why you don't understand that God exists.
The sun is a god. Okay? You still haven't defeated that. And that's using an objectivist.
Using what? Sorry, you completely cut out.
This approach isn't
Well, the sun is not a god because the sun is the source of all light, and without the energy and the warmth, we wouldn't have life here on Earth. It doesn't prove that the sun is a god. My objectivist philosophical glossary and definition told me so, and so I've refuted your claim with evidence, and I am now complete. Ayn Rand is a goddess, and if I could do Kundalinis on Ayn Rand's toes and every other part of her body, I would have loved Ayn Rand. She would have been the perfect wife, and I hope to God that one day I meet a woman like Ayn Rand who can make all my dreams of marriage come true. I am complete. It's a good thing to be selfish, and if everyone was selfish, then there wouldn't be any selfishness in the world, and no one would try to commit crimes or do anything evil or wicked or harm other people or abuse other people because everybody would be practicing their own form of selfishness. I am complete.
Why is it when I say this sun is a god, they're like, well, that can't be a god because he doesn't have a personality or a person. What is that?
I think it's just because people aren't objectivists and they don't understand science and laws of nature and mathematics and philosophy and chemistry and biology, and therefore we have a failure to communicate true definitions. I'm complete.
Wait, math, logic, those things are transcendent. So obviously I could just use that as a god also.
I know, but you'd have have to present evidence to support your hypothesis. If your experiment can't be repeated, well, then it's not the scientific method. Without the scientific method, we don't know what is true. That's a
Ask you one final before I
it's very selfish and objectivist and not a subjectivist. And therefore, again, I have to assert that if we could maybe get a genetic sample of Ayn Rand and bring her back to life, she could possibly be the Mashiach that we're looking for.
Wait. So wait a second. So what view are you taking of hers? Because I'm taking a deistic view of Ayn Rand. I'm taking the studies on, how they apply them.
I have been studying Ayn Rand since I was 7, when I found out that God wasn't real, just like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. And when I realized that it was my dad dressed as this.
You're just saying math and logic is my God.
You can say that, but that's totally not objective, and it's your perspective. And so what we're trying to do is find out whether or not there are universal truths, just like there are laws of nature.
The laws of nature, yeah, sometimes they're universal. I don't even know what you mean. Laws of nature universal. What is that?
Well, look at your PTR. Clearly something's going on there, and I would say that is reminiscent of the laws of nature, symbols and hieroglyphics, like you said, transcendental. Just like Ayn Rand, because when Ayn Rand had an orgasm, it was the best orgasm that a woman has ever had. Now, some might say that's subjective, but I witnessed Ayn Rand have the most exotic orgasm that a woman has ever had in a menage a trois. And see, sexuality and life choices, those things all come into play when we're determining whether or not Ayn Rand is the true Messiah.
So the real philosophical question on the laws of nature, right? Like Newton's laws of motion, general relativity. The twist here is, but these real laws, if these laws govern reality, are these real laws that govern reality, or are they just description?
True, what we would call a banger. And they will definitely say that they are pattern seekers and they recognize patterns. So since we all recognize my N-word,
the science assumes universality, but it doesn't prove it. It doesn't prove it. On assumptions, like it's done here everywhere. They don't.
have you ever taken the polio vaccine? Because that's just like the distance that it takes light to travel between point A to point B.
Oh, wait, and that.
How do we measure that?
That's true. How do we measure?
Hey, Grok, how do we measure the speed of light?
Simon, tell us. Is it one way?
I'm looking up a lot on this stuff. I'm finding that this philosophy's been debunked since. When you actually, I can't remember the other philosopher. I can't forget whose rule it was, but it's a particular rule where you can't violate your own inference rule. So even on the epistemology of the very said, philosophy that you're looking in here, Rand claims reason is the only means of knowledge. Faith is invalid. So the counter here would be the claim itself cannot be proven by reason alone without circularity. So you're violating your own inference. And then it's a philosophical axiom, right? So we're getting a trilemma there. So you have under one of the horns, and it's not empirically or deductively proven as a result. So the system depends on an unprovable standing while denying all others like faith.
So you even have an epistemic faith in this work in itself.
That's all it takes, buddy. That's all it takes.
That's part of one. Well, I don't really have the time right now to debate you on this. I'm busy with my girlfriend, and I gotta whisper so I don't wake her up so she doesn't break up with me. But what's important about Ayn Rand is that she was a publisher, and she wrote a lot of books about Pushing conservative because the liberal left woke mob take over society.
That's a good stuff.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge its cover. No. You don't understand objectivism. You haven't read enough. You're still just getting home. You haven't read enough Ayn Rand yet. Saying that, like, ethics based on rational interest, which I actually critiqued earlier, just kind of getting into it, but it says Rand says the moral good equals what advances the individual's life. So
There it goes. There it
if morality
goes.
is grounded in self-interest, then that's conflict. If you have conflicting interests, no objective resolution based on conflicting interests or power or advantage can redefine rational. So you can push the line and say if two rational agents benefit from harming each other, what adjudicates that between them? That's the same shit in the fucking Secular Humanist Manifesto. I'm pretty sure, like this. It's like a rational self-harm.
It's trannies living in a commune. That's all it is. That's what it is. That's what it starts. That's what it boils down to.
Dude, I should make a music album called that. Trannies in a trailer park or something.
Nazi. They call them Nazi trannies. So it's such an idiotic thing. Pinheads. And Bob, he's got his baby in the background. He's caring for a child, but he hates life. It's like, yo, dude. Like, how smart does he think he is?
I can't wait until his baby is going to transition. Let's see how much of he is gonna promote transgenders.
Yeah. No, Abby, it's worse. These gay parents don't even want gay children. They want to have grandkids. Think about that.
He has gay parents?
No, I'm saying gay parents don't even want their kids to be gay.
Yeah.
That's not true. From an objectivist perspective, Ayn Rand would say that gay parents want their children to be happy, and that just because the parents are gay doesn't mean the children will be gay, and that they should pursue whatever sexuality that their soul tells them to pursue. And we've got Caleb down there who marries men underneath the chuppah, even though he's breaking Torah law, and he thinks he's just trying to make people happy, and he thinks he's doing good in the world, but really, he should try to teach them that why having, anal intercourse with another man and sucking another man's cock is totally gay. And you should pursue a woman who will love you. And they should also understand that natural law means that man and woman together is the true symbol of God, because in the Zohar it says that where a man and a woman are united, there you will find the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, the Shekhinah. And so if you truly want a union with God, or if you're a solid Slavist, or you believe in Gnosticism, you gotta get with a woman. You can't do it with a man's booty hole. Hello. I did come to the conclusion today that basically solipsism is just Gnosticism translated into Slavicism. If you think that Gnosticism isn't the exact same thing as solipsism, I mean, I just don't. Can you defend that? Hello?
We call them solipsistic, nihilistic, hard determinists that think they're in a brain about.
probabilistic hard determinists. That's what they are.
Oh my god.
Wait, you said they think they're in like a brain vacuum or something?
Well, they say they could be a brain in that.
A brain in a what? A brain in a vat?
I think it's just goes back to their experience. They don't believe anything that, and they did.
Got it. Well, you know what I really like is books. Books prove to me that time is a concept and that the now is all important. However, history books are a motherfucker, especially the ones that I'm looking at right now from 1946, because there are a lot of dumb motherfuckers on this app that want to say a lot of racist shit. But when I show them the books, because they're pieces of trash, human trash.
Why Simon Lee?
Go over this woman's metaphysics. Yeah, metaphysics.
Okay, one of her philosophy is when you see a child drowning in the water, you're not gonna go save it. You're just gonna drown.
So she wouldn't have a fence. She wouldn't have a fence around her pool if she has a child.
No, like maybe natural water. She would just let the child die.
Crazy.
So I Googled what are Ayn Rand's most controversial statements. This is what it says.
So this is the objective reality, the metaphysics. Objective reality doesn't lead to her ethics. Rand starts with reality is objective, fine, but that does not logically entail like capitalism, or it does not entail egoism. This is the gap you move from what is to what ought to be without justification. This is the ought problem famously articulated by David Hume.
Government is a menace. She regarded government as a dangerous threat to man's rights, arguing that its only legitimate purpose is to protect against physical force, as discussed on. Yeah.
I figured that one. That's
Also,
I'm gonna protect my rights.
on religion, she equated believing in God with not believing in life, claiming that placing a higher power above one's own life is a sign of lack of self-worth. As they like to say in the community, worth.
Oops, they got teeth. They got two tubes.
She defines femininity as the essence of femininity is hero worship, the desire to look up to men. That's how she defined femininity. She wrote, I swear by my life, my love of it, that I will never live for the sake of another man, nor ask another man to live for mine. That's from Atlas Shrugged. And when Abby was saying that, Ayn Randians wouldn't save the dying baby in the river, I think that's a little ridiculous, but that's what Abby does. It says here, the virtue of selfishness, Rand argued that pursuing one's rational self-interest is the highest moral purpose, rejecting the idea that people should sacrifice themselves for others. So it says it's the highest moral purpose, but is it the most intelligent purpose? Hello?
Well, she negates altruism. So there's no altruism.
Couldn't marry a Muslim because then she'd have to go to the Iddah period, and she would never get a period. So then she couldn't get married to a Muslim.
Speaking of Islam, anyways, what we're trying to say is, Cora's here. Hi, Cora. Don't worry, Cora, I won't hit my bell. Welcome to Is Atheism and Ayn Rand a Worldview?
It says A, not I.
Well, Regal's kind of busy right now. Don't worry about it.
Isn't Randianism like a view? I don't know.
It's objectivism. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Another word for atheism.
Oh, did I spell that wrong?
No, you spelled it right.
Did I spell it right?
Yeah.
Ayn Rand? No, you got it right. No, you got it right. It's Ayn Rand. Yeah. Ayn Rand.
See, my complaint is that people just don't like the LARPers Club, the book club, the poetry club, the debate club. And so they just declare, there is no God but man, and that objectivism is the truth of the earth. But then that denies subjectivism, which is just subject. So if you just believe in object, but you don't believe in subject, well, then you must just be a deaf mute, a retard, a Down syndrome sufferer, someone who hates the book club. Hello?
Why do you think that self doesn't exist in like a real sense? It's just an illusion.
No, I believe in the self with the little s and the self with the big
There's
S.
no distinction between anything. When things are illusional, then there's no real distinction. Everything is just one.
That's all the
I don't think that follows though.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Okay, so explain your non-monistic view.
Because you can just say that it's like a monism with like emergent pluralities. So it's not actually one in terms of its essence. It's one in terms of its like negation or contradictory elements.
Exactly.
So it is what it's not.
Well, yeah, that would be necessary to its identity.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Crazy if there are true contradictions.
Well, everything has a contradiction, and every argument has its counter-argument, just like action and reaction, or art critic and artist. And so there is this dualism and this non-dualism. The non-dualism is what we're talking about when we talk about slopicism, or solipsism, and Taoism, or even Enlightenment, transcendental mythology, and mysticism, like Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the greatest comedian and mystic who's ever lived. Hello?
Yeah, but Barth, you could just hold like non-classical logic for that sort of view to work.
You see,
I'm not a computer that's defragging myself that can believe in true contradictions. So I'm gonna have to operate in the real world.
Well, the point is that like there are examples of true contradictions in the real world.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Graham Priest gives like plenty of examples. I'd be like sympathetic towards his view.
No, I get it. I get it. I mean, I'm putting the tarp over my, foundation. They said it's gonna rain. Do I definitely know it's gonna rain? No. Am I gonna take the chance and having to pump out all the water of this ditch? Instead of just putting a tarp over it with a pump, so that if water does get in there, I don't have to go crazy doing this the next day when I get there in the morning. And I'm still hiring the guy to get there at 5 to check the pumps. So, what if it never rains? Is it a contradiction? Yeah, never happened.
Well, again, I just want to go back to the book club, meaning that there is a chemical or a literal biological experience that is happening, which is subconscious, which is the neurotransmitter in your brain as a result of using this app and having these conference calls with other people. And to me, that's the most interesting part of this, that through our words and communication, or our displeasure with one another and our personalities, we can actually create an experience, a happening. And unfortunately, there are just so many people on this app that are just learning English for the first time that you have to realize it's just an ELS support group app for people that don't speak English so good and stuff, kind of like, Zoolander.
Like the ones that say ELS instead of ESL.
Yeah. It's the Zoolander nonprofit book club for kids that can't read good books so good and stuff. And so I have started a nonprofit here on this app and with the state of Illinois to raise money and help people read books again instead of talking endlessly to generate the dopamine. Because the truth is, it would be better if we just read books to each other instead of, yelling at each other and just passing off emotional discharges instead of actual intelligence. I am complete. Ooh, look at Kitty's PTR. You went full blue steel!
Did you see Hillary? This is a perfect example of the abundant hypocrisy of the left.
I love this one.
I think we gotta have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows if they've committed a crime.
Well, it looks like we've achieved a catharsis of complete and total relief. I would just like to read from the book Muhammad, Charlemagne, and 5. It says, Heraclius's victory distracted the world from the birth of a religious and political movement which overwhelmed large parts of Asia and North Africa, Islam. When the Prophet Muhammad died in 632, he was barely known beyond the Hejaz. Nevertheless, his movement reinforced by the economics of Byzantium and Persia. By 640, the Islamic hordes attacked the Byzantines, and they had lost Palestine and Syria. In 642, they faced its most serious siege yet, which lasted 12 months through a winter. After the Arabs withdrew, Leo III, from 717 to 741, the newly crowned emperor held the city. We may speculate whether this or the victory of Charles Martel at Poitiers in 732 was the event that symbolized the end of the Arab expansion in the West. In the mid-8th century, the vast Islamic empire suffered its first political strains, and the Umayyad dynasty of caliphs was overthrown by the Abbasids, who shifted the Islamic capital to Baghdad. The Abbasids.
Okay, thank you. That was John Kitover. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Cora, are you still there?
Yes.
Hi, how's it going? How you doing today?
I'm fine.
Fine. When you think of that, do you think atheism is a worldview?
No.
Fair enough. Yeah, we were just having this discussion with this guy Simon, and wasn't very clear about that. That's how all this came about. And then he said this is kind of what's supporting his views here.
You can't build a worldview on the answer to a single question.
Sure. Anyway, I think I'm gonna jump off for a few. Do you want me to donate the room to you? You can change it around or make, set the topics if you want. I'm gonna jump off for a minute. I gotta make dinner, dude. Can't stay on here all day.
Alright, have fun.
Hello?
Why is because you have an event that immediately affects Americans for Americans to sacrifice their dollar. American consumers
there'd be less confusion when it comes to moving around digits. My opinion.
No, but it's still gonna realize.
Excuse me, hold on, Mr. MPC. I do apologize for interrupting. But I'm hearing a lot of great dialogue talking about issues in California. But but the big thing that needs to be brought up is why is taxation so aggressive over there? Because let's take the most simplistic thing, like we're talking about the forestry. Okay, Norm brought up a very critical thing. He even wrote a paper, he said, about it, by basically controlling the ecosystem by eliminating dead debris, which naturally is fuel for fires. Well, let's think about this. Why did they deny controlled burns to destroy it? Why? Because someone convinced a politician that it's going to be bad for the environment. And then, you can trace it down to, have a good sense of humor. Break down everything that's asked from the state of California, from the federal government, or not from the federal government, but asked in the taxes. And then if you look where it goes into that element, then do a FOIA report, a FISA report, and then realize, why is it kicked to an NGO? Why is there multiple NGOs handling a specific subject? And then when you dive into it, why do we have third-party contractors coming in to do forestry surveying? Why do we have third-party contractors coming in doing biological, engineering or, biological survey? Why are we third-partying it? Why? We can find out where the money's being funneled. You're paying so much taxes because, in my personal opinion, and you guys probably going to tell me I'm done saying it, is when you have NGOs, you have an excuse to move money around that they're going to have to, instead of a FISA report, they're going to have to subpoena documents, subpoena the books, figure out where the money's getting tracked. And we all know that could be a 12 to 24-month process. That's simple as that. That's just my dumb opinion. Thank you for the 30 seconds.
Well, where did the $25 billion for homelessness go? We don't even know.
No, listen, it doesn't matter how much money the government wastes. It doesn't matter how inefficient. We have to keep coming up with examples. Anybody else have any examples? You have to prove how inefficient the government in California does. You have anyone else have any examples?
I care for goes.
We don't care about it.
Hey.
Because life is as simple. Politics is as simple as this. Get more money from the rich and everything else is going to solve itself. Once we have more money, it's just going to solve the problem.
No,
It's not about anything other than that.
minimizing it down to just that is like being disingenuous about what's being said.
This management of more money and wealth, that's the problem. How do we manage it? How do we tax people with a lot of money? It's like it's something new. It's a new phenomenon. It's like, how old is it?
Well,
Within the last 10 years, people are like millionaires. We haven't seen this before. How are we going to deal with that? We have to.
We see it in France. In France, they did it, and the millionaires and billionaires just left France. That's all that happened.
Yeah, and like I don't know what people aren't living in reality. Someone just said that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet. If you believe, the reason why my name is NBC for people like you, if you believe that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet on the planet doesn't even report their income, and they're probably somewhere in Saudi Arabia or some shit. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, when I say these like really, really extreme things, that's what y'all is saying. Because when you guys talk about taxing people, you speak in a way as if the government, whether federal or state, has a track history of using that money effectively. If this was like fucking like a Robin Hood, if this was a situation where you're actually taking from the rich and giving to the poor, maybe you could justify it, but that's not even happening. You talk as if that's happening. The government takes $1, it spits out a nickel, gives a poor person, and then 9 cents goes somewhere else.
It goes to administering the 5 cents.
It goes, and then you got, it's like, if a person wants low taxes, they just up in the rich. So you're going to make poor people poor. Would you rather
and then giving it back to Elon in the form of subsidies? Because that's what's happening. Why would we tax rich people if the government's to poor people? Well, why the fuck would we tax poor people and give it back to rich people inefficiently? What stupid fucking logic is that?
Poor people don't pay taxes.
So
everybody pays some form of
Did you know that Elon is rich because of subsidies, because of taxpayer money?
He got rich way before he got any subsidies.
How about we stop taxing people?
pay taxes. I'm a person who buy I have pretty much so y'all,
We used to
what I'm saying,
hybrid works. And it worked because it was based on something, the whites created it, and it worked. And those were like the old type of white people, maybe European, with some aristocratic background, but like a pedigree. But when suddenly Americans, like idiots like Bill Gates and Elon Musk, they come into the picture, and then they become like the new type of riches. But that's what communism, like China's communism, is benefiting from. Is like that sort of power structure have now somehow been diminished, where it actually worked, and they could have nothing against it. But because of these fucking monkeys like Elon Musk, okay, so what?
Wow.
He calls himself
a monkey. That's what he says.
Does like what?
she's not even coherent.
You have to. This like it's a mismanagement of your minority.
We need to make the whites great again in America.
We can y'all, all right, so BB, she interrupted, she literally interrupted me, to be replying.
Can I get in the key?
Like literally, nothing she said, and I let her say it because I wanted to see where she'd go, but she's simply incoherent, like, she said, nothing what she said was anything. So why can't I land? She's incoherent, cannot interrupt me. Stop being creative, by the way. So at the end of the day, if giving governments more money solves problems, the only thing I'm saying is this: the way that the progressive tax system is now, a philosopher can go over if it's fair or not, but we all know that increasing the amount of money that people are paying in taxes, first of all, is the biggest lie that they do. These taxes end up hitting everyone eventually. The second thing is that increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the problem. So if increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the social problems that we want money to do, then what's the point of increasing the thing? That's my only point. If we know that, hey, increasing the amount of money is not going to lead to the result that we want, then what's the point of increasing taxes? If it did, I'd have no problem with increasing taxes. We're going to end up with people. Exactly.
NPC, can I make a minute statement to you? Just a minute one. The reality is, okay, yeah, we have taxes, but a smart man knows how to play the taxes. Just read it, like Mr. Normo said to you. If you want counseling, talk to him. Freaking a simple Edward Jones or even a money guy or gal will sit there and talk to a company worker. You don't have to be a small business guy or gal. You just gotta be smart with your money. I'm just trying to help you out.
That's right.
The reason why I'm saying that, boss, is, I'm gonna say this. Orange Man said this in 2016 when he was asked, but your friends all got the same government tax write-offs. Why? Because they put it in place. That you don't have to be a billionaire or a millionaire to get the same subsidies like Mr. Jarl was playing about. You just gotta be smart and learn how to read a little bit and learn where your state politicians that are trying to be crooked on the back end, you just gotta learn how they put them out there in plain sight, because that's how they gotta operate.
You just need a clever account. You just need a clever account.
You gotta learn how to play the game. You gotta learn how to play the game.
Well, I want to put to rest this idea that Elon Musk government to carry out policies that the government wants to get done. And when doing something like helping feed poor people in Mongolia who need SpaceX and all of the satellites and everything else and the advancement in space technology that he was providing. The second thing they funded him for was for Tesla, which what has the left been pushing for years?
Electric vehicles.
Oh yeah, electric vehicles. And so they gave him, like every other state, like every other locality, they gave him tax benefits. Why? Because if he didn't do it in California, he was going to go to Tennessee or maybe Arkansas. Guess what? There was competition between the states. So yes, he got money to do those things. And
That's right.
So that people, us the consumers, would benefit, number one, from the space technology that the government couldn't do, and number two, from electric vehicles. And those are things that I think, forgive me for my extreme example, but I think those things are more beneficial to us as Americans than, say, trying to teach a mother in East Mongolia about the history of what this...
They're drag queens. Drag queens.
Thank you.
Drag queen story honor in Afghanistan.
What? What is that? Is that a thing?
Yeah, so the U.S. government funding like transgender plays in Brazil.
Studies and all that.
That's fine.
Was that why George Santos wasn't the person?
Well, I mean, like, wouldn't that just come from a different part of the budget?
Yeah, that really comes more from
And like really have no
money though.
But it's still taxpayer money in spirit. But my question to you is what do you think about? So it's not so. No. So if it's not taxpayer money, what is it?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
It is outlined in the budget.
No, but what else would
in Congress? This has been outlined in the budgets. All of this weird spending for shit like that.
Sure.
Well, even if it goes abroad, it doesn't mean that it should go to stuff.
No, wait. So this is I like to have real conversations. So Xerxes, given what everyone has said, let's assume that let's assume for the sake of conversation that increasing the amount that we tax to rich people isn't gonna
Men and women.
No, I'm taking money away from things. So like extra. No, oh my god, you guys do this all the time?
Do they don't bleed?
I'm sure they do. So helicopters, new fleets of Teslas and Chargers, things that are like not actually necessary, and like not. Oh my god! Can you shut up? Can you shut up? Can you shut up? Did somebody ask you this question? Thank you. And just taking, like, shaving off a little bit each year and just reallocating those funds to somewhere else, to lots of other places.
No, but okay, so schools primarily. So built into the question is the premise that money can't solve the problem.
Yeah.
So even can't solve the problem. No, I made the hypothetical. How are you gonna tell? The hypothetical is that adding money won't solve the problem. So taking away money from a police officer's new Tesla, that the sheriff office of Bay County doesn't get a new tank. like take away their making sure that they don't have any access to nukes money, like the police making sure that they're gutted. No, because they're a terrorist organization. We're talking about the police, the worst people in the world. So taking away money from those people is not going to do anything because why have money for the worst people in the world? No, my question is, money can't help the situation. How can you help other than money? No matter how much money you add.
And risking their lives every day for like people like me. So I don't know whatever kind of mindset you come from, but I don't think that's fair.
So long story short, the hypothetical situation is you can't add money anywhere. You can't take away money from anywhere. Adding money is not going to solve this problem at all. What would you do to help the problem?
Nothing moves without money, dude. So, that money somewhere else.
Help. I mean, like for example, improving more you spend on a school doesn't mean it's going to do better. In fact, there's like a minimal amount you need to spend. But Bill and Melinda Gates ended up figuring this out well over a decade ago, and they ended up realizing, well, it's you have to focus on a lot of things outside of the school to really make any kind of fucking difference. And often that could be well, mentally you had the European Indian community, which has very large casinos and training facilities. They bring in a lot of money. Everybody gets every 3 months. Mm-hmm. They make a lot of money. Now, they had a lot of issues. This is intergenerational. What they ended up having to do is once the per cap checks were coming in, they're like, oh shit, they're partying. There goes the domestic assault, the drunk driving incidents.
I'm talking about California, what everybody else in America is talking about. California, what everybody else in America is. Post-elementary, had these structures. It's not about what the school's job is. They asked me, maybe had these structures. It's not about what the school's job is. They asked me how else could it help, right? So like, so back in the before times in the 1900s, you guys had like social programs, right?
I don't think so. But even then, you can save money in all these. But why is one of the poorest communities in New York City? Why are their kids? Why do they outperform every other group? And that's the Chinese. Literally, more than half of them live under the poverty line. Yet they do better than.
Control the media.
I mean, they have the whole party.
Yeah, there might be cultural pressures from the parent to achieve.
Well, then maybe there's culture that needs to change in America too, because it seems like it's not money; it's good culture.
Do you just say the oppression to achieve?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I said there might be cultural pressures to achieve. Like, this is like a common narrative amongst migrant, refugee, and immigrant people.
Yeah, you're right, but so my thing is like, all right, so we don't really have any answers on to do other than add more money and the problem's gonna go away. But
what? No, I was in the middle of giving more answers before I got jumped on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, you can go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Like incentivize more I guess like extracurricular support for kids that is like low to no cost. And this is not like just like straight up babysitter shit. This is like, oh, let's build leaders type shit. You know what I mean? Like, if let it be STEM, if the world's gonna be politics, compulsory learning, like up and down.
An electrician or something.
Okay, yeah, and so make sure that the opportunity.
This doesn't improve.
Well, what about the No, what about because like
Say no, you don't want to know my thoughts on homelessness. This is probably I'm the worst person in the world.
no, I mean the current homelessness, like the current homelessness. How are you
Okay, Othello, did you hold on, NPC. Othello, did you have something to say? I'm sorry, I'm talking so much.
No, I was saying that they don't want to know any of your thoughts because they keep talking over you every time you speak.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I have a twin sister, so I'm used to being spoken over.
I'm just curious though, because if you were to look at the people that you see sleeping in tents and that kind of homelessness out in California, like what's the job that I had? This is something that was always talked about. And California is kind of a dumping ground for a lot of those people for correct reasons. These are what we consider long-term homeless. Majority of homeless people never end up out on the street like that. All people that are seriously mentally ill, drug addicted, oftentimes both, and that's hard to deal with. Now, in a federally or state-funded program, and so where do they go? On the fucking street, and it's this very sad situation. But a lot of this is
in this case, okay, women to scoop them up and fuck them somewhere else, and not let them fucking over your streets, bring the fucking property values down. It's like almost like they're doing some bidding, and that's why they're allowed to be doing these things. Because to be honest,
there's usually the relapse.
But if they don't,
it usually takes multiple attempts if they ever get clean. That's the reality.
Why do they have to do it in fucking?
I'm just gonna address quickly what you said, and then we can move on. Like homelessness for me is like a different type of issue as a person and I wasn't mentally ill or drug addicted. I definitely lost both my parents during this time and 5 of my family members, and so 1,000 people in California. So to me, the way to address this is to do it before. Right? So like for the people who are about to lose their home, they're likely mostly families or struggling whatever entertainer thing. Create pathways so that is not as much of a future for them as it definitely is here. I can't just think of what those things might be right now, but I'm sure that it's better than asking for money and then being like, if it's gone. I understand whatever you've been saying about missing money and promise projects and stuff. So this is one of those ways. Like homeless prevention is a way to prevent like not just family but people entering into a space where now you are drug addicted, now you are mentally ill, now you're slipping. And for a lot of people who are homeless, you don't want to leave homelessness because it offers you a pathway to freedom as opposed to being locked up in a system where you have to follow people's rules, and that's not something that you've been used to for the X number of years you've been homeless, right?
I can kind of what you're saying, but I just want to make one little point, and that's when I say mental illness, you're almost always referring to the SMI system, seriously mentally ill. So that's going to be schizophrenia and that kind of stuff, which always precedes the homelessness. And the drug addiction, they usually end up, I don't know if you've known drug addicts, but it's often, and their life ends up spiraling. They end up not being able to keep,
Yeah, I'm aware. It's incredibly hard to battle back from that for sure. So I would also bring back mental health facilities, aka like the loony bin, but make it like less inhumane and more ethical. You know what I mean? The reason they closed down in the first place.
The problem is that our fucking population is like spiraled out of control. It's like maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, it would be easy just to put people away in like these asylums that were like almost like, like 4-star hotels. But today, it's like there's so many of them.
No, they really weren't. I don't know maybe that's on the East Coast.
So even if it's like, let's say society was trying to like deal with like that part of their communities, it's like, how are we going to find funding for that? Where are we going to put them? And it's like, but maybe some more emphasis put on this instead of like, maybe we have to come to that.
What she said she felt invisible when she was homeless. Now, that is almost entirely true of the seriously mentally ill population. They tend not to be civically engaged. They tend to have no fucking voice anybody will listen to. Nobody is gonna, unlike, I don't know, some of the lobbying groups who are gonna fucking hound all of the politicians to get, favors and.
I mean, yeah, unless, and it's hard, unless you are a person who is like, was civically minded before you entered homelessness. I mean, like, once that time in your life levels out, you become, I've seen, incredibly energized to speak on other people's behalf. But I mean, like, it's a grueling process, and like, I'm kind of split. I think a lot of people come to California, especially Southern California, to just kind of use it for its wares. I wish those people would go back to where the fuck they came from, instead of being on meth in 6 months and becoming homeless. I wish that this wasn't a city of dreams that makes people delusional, so that they could go back to Iowa, Montana, Idaho, Ohio, Kentucky.
I would much rather be in Southern California than.
Of course, because it is actually climatically more lucrative for people to be. You literally will. I mean, like, weather-wise, you are less likely to die. Other people, good luck to you, but at least you won't die in the snow and nobody will find your body until it does. Okay, so like, I understand that part, but it can't continue to be like that with just no services for those people to actually actively engage in, right? And all of that takes active work, and it takes people who actually are dedicated and really care about the state. And I don't think, the one criticism I will make right now of the government in California is that I think we have like some politicians on both sides and in the middle, like, shout out independents and fucking libertarians, who just don't give a fuck about the state, and they care about power, and they care about their voice, only theirs, right? And their families, and like the intents of their of their legacy, their lineage, or what they came from, or whatever. And really, the state's too big for it not to be a collective effort, and for people not to, kind of not work together, but just, be down to be progressive and move forward, trying whatever. So, there are a lot of solutions that could help a lot of things. Is it any of that shit gonna happen? No. People only respond to suffering, so may the best man win.
And sometimes I remember, so I have this one coworker. She doesn't eat any processed food, okay? Our office is on the 13th floor. Okay, we have elevators, really, really high-tech elevators. Every single morning, she elects to use the stairs, okay? She's rich as hell. Like, she's rich as hell. She's like 65. She's like the most healthy person I've ever seen. No sugar, no processed foods. And it's not because she's diabetic. She's just super, super healthy for some reason. And she saw me eating a Pop-Tart, right? And when she saw me eating the Pop-Tart, it was like I was eating sewage. Like, she was like, oh my God, how can you handle that? That's too much. That's too sweet. To me, it was heaven. We look at some homeless people in California, they're in heaven. There isn't any money that you can give them to not make them an addict, because that's what addiction is. Coming from a former addict myself. Like, that's what addiction, it's a mental health issue. So the reason why I asked you the question I asked you, Xerxes, is because through this conversation, we're starting to realize that there are so many human problems that are much bigger than writing a check away. California is because the people who are upper middle class, who own the homes, are really the middle class is keeping the lower class out of owning multifamily properties in their neighborhoods, which increases artificially the price of homes. That's why the single family home issue in some parts of California is an issue. And that's because of democracy. Like, people voted for that. So you can't take that away because it's not rich people who are doing it.
When I say reallocate, or when I say tax whoever, right? It's not just like suck up the money and then like.
So it's not about money, but when you say reallocate,
I'm saying,
when you're saying tax.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying. Yeah, when I say that, I mean like there has to be a flow of where the money goes. It has to be efficient. People who are trustworthy and not crooks, which is a problem in different here, have to be in charge of this stuff. And there has to be a set of checks and balances and an efficient model of getting this stuff rolled out. Not just because the World Cup is coming, not just because the Olympics will be here in 2 years, because people are suffering, whether it be in the sun or in the shade. So
the dude, his name is Sam. He's the dude who created FTX, and he's in jail for stealing all the money. Yes, Sam Altman, right? So this is what makes me uncomfortable. What they're saying is Sam Bankman-Fried. Sam Bankman-Fried. So what makes me uncomfortable is that certain people have a higher sensitivity to the greed of the private market, but they don't have that sensitivity to the obvious corruption, greed, and the same things happen within government. Now, at least in the private market, when a person's being greedy, they're greedy with something that they earned. They might have earned it by cheating, or a lot of them don't cheat.
MTC, can I just say something? I just...
No, baby. Why ask a question and not? No, you can't. You can't say something. And then Monica's after me. So the only thing I'm saying is that
it was her for you. But
actually, then she can go now. Monica, you want to go now? Monica.
Yeah. Hi guys. Scotty, is this your room? It's a great title. Interesting. Y'all are on homeless in California though, so I do want to talk about the topics. Are y'all ready for us to circle back, or you need me to wait a little longer?
No, that's
your incentive, Monica. Alright, so I think it'd be foolish for Trump to resign now. Joe Rogan was at the White House Saturday morning talking about Ibogaine.
My thing is this. It seems, I just rather prefer if people are just against big money. It doesn't seem like people are against big money. They lost $25 billion.
Big money. That's what
wait.
country is.
But you just it actually dropped me crazy when you do it. Because the way you communicate is so schizophrenic, it makes me schizophrenic. You're the person that when they interrupt. You're incoherent. I don't like your time. Like, can you stop interrupting me, please? Stop it. Bad. So the only thing I'm saying is that you look at $50 billion. $50 billion. We can only account for $25 billion. So let me put this into communist language for you.
Homeless population went up. The homeless population went up during that period.
It's $25 billion. Imagine if we took a clone machine and put 25 Elon Musk, 25 Jeff Bezos, 25 rich billionaire white, 25 Donald Trump. We're not talking about unrealized gains. We're talking about now. Every single time she does this, I feel like I have to restart. And it just makes my submission so much longer. I should not be talking this long. It's weird. The only thing I'm saying is that it seems like, given a person's political disposition, they're against corruption in the private market, but they're not against the biggest. If this ever, how do you lose $25 billion in the private market? If you lose $25 billion, that's going to be on the front page of Forbes, and every single NBA is going to learn about it for the next 100 years. How do you lose $25 billion? We're talking about liquid money. We're not talking about, you're a billionaire because you have stocks that haven't been sold yet. We're talking about $25 billion liquid. Is that billion with a B? And these are the same people who are like, just give them, they'll be fine. Just get a person who won't fuck it up. They already fucked over $25 billion. They didn't even go to that. So my question to you is like, do you ever have the critiques of the government when it comes to that? Like, is there a difference between private corruption and public?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I mean, like, as a civic-minded voter, I'm I mean, I'm hella critical on all politicians, whether they're on my side or not, whether they speak to the things I want or not. Well, I'm a Democrat, but oh no, man. Yeah, I'm a Democrat. Kafka and Ayn Rand and all of this stuff since I was like 10 years old, bro. I'm not new to the game. I don't trust them.
The government can save you. You're for revolutionaries.
Because our votes don't matter because the government does. Our votes don't matter because the government doesn't like us, blah, 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 XYZ thing, right? I'm the person that's like, have you heard that before? I don't want to just...
Yeah. So okay. I fuck with your ideology.
I'm the person who's like, no, dude, this is what they want you to believe. The more you believe this and the more you proselytize, the worse things get, not just for you, but for every person, okay? And I take it further, and I
say this on the chat. Say that on the chat.
Yeah, so I take it further, and I do things, I create things so that I can stay safe, because I was like a public activist. I've been shot with rubber bullets and tear gas, all of that stuff. I don't really want to do that anymore. Really dangerous. I love breathing and living. But I still do want to fight. So every election year, whether it's the midterms or federal elections, I will create entire voter guides, and I will call every single person that I know in a name who I think doesn't understand legislative text and explain them and ask them, do you understand? Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to engage? And they can take that information to other people, right? Because I care about what things do.
I love that.
Oh.
I love that you created a vote.
No, but I like your history, but I don't think that. What about government? Because when it comes to the lack of trust for private actors, we understand that people can be greedy in the private market. But what about?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, I've spat in the face of governors on the steps of my city hall. Please don't think I'm like playing games with these people. If I see corruption anywhere and I have the ability to speak or do something about it, I do it.
Okay, so the way that California is right now, they don't have to raise a single increased tax dollar. They can solve all the problems right now without raising taxes at all, and that's just a fact of the matter.
How?
So if your mind abundance, there's a book out right now called Abundance by Ezra Klein. Read Abundance by Ezra Klein, and you can figure out how to be a successful integrationist. The way to be a successful integrationist is by having a government. You cannot be a status quo person.
Having a what government?
Oh my God. Efficient government.
Oh yeah.
You cannot be an integrationist without having efficient government. Because if you don't have efficient government...
Gaslighting everyone who's smarter than you.
What?
Okay, he'll stop now. He promises. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you don't have efficient government, what you're going to have are people who criticize the government justly because they're inefficient. And they're going to have people who defend the inefficient government. Just people who want to tear the system down are legitimized, and chaos doesn't really help that many people. So this is the issue with Democrats.
Sorry.
I'm about to land. Elon Musk is the worst person who was ever born, right next to maybe Jeff Bezos. Right?
Yeah,
that's what
I think the grace that you have heard from me, you guys have heard from me, is my thoughts of suffocating over time. I've been asked this question several times over several years, and it makes me like consider the complexities of different offices, right? Like, what could I actually do? Even just knowing some people who work in government now, right? Like one of my friends who I used to dance with was running for office, and I yelled at him. I said, well, like, why would you want to work for these people? What do you mean? Like, are you okay? And he's liberal, but still, I asked the question, like, like, I don't know, like, is your soul good, bro? And he was like, I just want to expose these motherfuckers. And I was like, oh, you're never going to get anywhere if that's your goal, right? And I'm happy I was wrong. Because he absolutely did get elected, and he has been exposing these motherfuckers left and right for like a few years now, so much so that they want him gone. He's young. He doesn't give a fuck. He uses all of the things that the young people like to see, big old billboards, memes, all of it, to just expose the corruption and to what. No, these are real victories because he's showing people raw data of like charts of how much money is being spent in the county on different things and how little of that goes to us and what they can do.
By the way, your friend is...
Well, a lot of people don't know that.
No, but a lot of people don't. No, Mike, Xerxes, even when they find out, one of the reasons you're different, you actually, like, you're a good sport to talk to. Most of the times when you tell people who are left-leaning about the inefficiencies of California, it's almost like they act like they don't hear it. Like people know, it's an open secret that California is probably the worst, the least efficient state government in the country.
Well, I mean, like, I have to be honest, this is like, it could be true for any people who are, I guess, like, nationalistic to their state, right? Like, I'd say the same thing about Kentuckians who refuse to believe climate models despite the fact that their shit got rocked years ago, right? Like, you literally are living on stick huts because of floods, and you think, like, oh no, like, let's not even hear any of that, right? Our government, same thing, right? There's no such thing as climate change. We don't have to prepare for shit. Okay, what I do is just stop talking to them about it. That's what you want, that's what you want, right? I do this with liberals in my own state, conservatives in my own state. You guys know I'm not gonna waste my breath on people who are willfully a certain asshole. I'm still gonna give you the time of day. I'll still engage with you. Honestly, in good faith, all of those things, we can talk about it. We can walk away, shake hands, be friends, whatever it is you want. We can do all of that stuff as long as it equates to, like, movement, right? What I can't do is who are stagnant in their ideas. I don't care if your ideas are like the only people that matter are women and we should only fight for women's rights. This is the most important thing. To me, that's stagnant. I'm sorry. Like, there are tons of people suffering. As a woman, I understand the plight of females. And it's real, right? I'm dismissing it. But, like, also, what else? No. I mean, because the what else is what gets us, to tie our shoes and to start walking. I'm just not, I'm no longer interested in people who are just here for a fun ride, bro. Like,
you know what? Something that you said kind of, maybe y'all want to talk more. I haven't seen a climate change. I haven't.
Baby, come on. Also, the thing is, it's a proof of low IQ because it doesn't take you anywhere.
Don't take the bait.
It doesn't take you anywhere. All it does is always just take you back to square one, back to square one, back to square one. Because it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I don't know if it comes back.
So like 200 and go back to go.
If it comes back, even if you're proud of something, it's like but then you're like, oh, okay, something is being done wrong in the wrong way, but because I'm proud, I want it to be done in the right way, but so what is it?
That's subjective. My way is subjective.
What is it? No, what is it with you? It's like even your women can figure it out. Like, no, but you keep trying, and if it doesn't work for you, you just gaslight. And then you're like, oh, it's the Jews' fault, oh, it's the whites' fault, or it's Trump's fault, or it's like whatever. But it keeps, and then you get on an American side, you get overrun by the fucking.
How about we stop fighting for those fucking faggots
who have not even married who used to be like lawn mowers? They even have more credibility than you fucking people who had credibility by birth.
Just so you know, we've not had Mexican immigration into the United States since 2005. The people we catch are Guatemalan, Honduran, Ecuadorian.
People like put you up, like on a.
Nobody put me up. I live on the border, lady. You're talking like this.
Talking like white. Can you either put her in the audience
Yes.
or just ignore her? Because I don't want to waste your audience.
Xerxes put her in the audience.
All right, I did. I got it.
I think
It's done.
that's what happens.
Oh, I thought you weren't gonna do.
People, and it's like not even there.
I love black people.
She loves black people.
She's never racist to black people on it. Just assume it.
I love when my
Put her down, people. Put her down.
Let her talk.
Put her down. Put her down.
I'm not talking curse.
Put her
I
down.
know when my
Bibi, go down. Bibi, go down.
Bro, Jason, shut the fuck up. Yeah, we're talking about American issues. Stay on top.
Amazing listening skills. But when a person's being completely incoherent, they might as well be drunk. Just treat them like a drunk person. Don't back about increasing taxes if money can't solve the problem, if it's already too late. Whatever reason, whether it's natural, whether it's man-made, the same scientists that you believe in have said that you can't reverse it. So what's the point of increasing taxes because climate change?
So when you, I'm assuming that the tax dollars, or whatever fund is accrued would go to like research in mitigation for harm.
You said
research for why am I forgetting what it's called? But like just like disaster prevention
or something.
No, but we can't
disaster
prevent it.
prevention and
But we can't prevent it.
you know, like one
not climate prevention, disaster prevention.
But money won't solve it.
That's not true.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of
That is not true.
At a certain point, it's still gonna be what it's gonna be in 100 years. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of Louisiana.
That is not true.
Maybe, but then you said something that's even better.
Yeah.
You said assuming. But your parents are like Black Panthers. Like, so you're assuming.
Well,
First of all, you're assuming that the government. You're assuming the reason why the American government wants to tax more people is because it proactively, 100 years before, 200 years. All this research is the government. Our government's known to be proactive. Like, you believe that the American government is proactively trying to help its citizens to.
I think that some governments maybe not our government as.
So I'm speaking about our government because I only know the climate lobby in our government.
Yeah.
I think you can kind of get the main idea that the climate lobby. The prescriptions that it gives doesn't match the illness nor the medicine. Like none of it.
Well, I mean, the climate lobby and climate scientists would be speaking to people who, largely for 40 years at least, maybe even more, who like initially don't really understand the concept that they're trying to describe, right? It does just kind of set in as panic or fear mongering, and then you go into like a 30-year lifespan of greenwashing and making people believe that they're doing something when really these things, they help, your immediate surroundings, but what's actually happening, what's been done, it doesn't help that much.
Even Bill Gates has pulled away from the climate situation. Like it's all, and nobody cares at this point. So
okay. But this is what I said about having debates surrounding climate change. I don't do it personally because what am I to say to people? It is just kind of like, we'll wait and see then.
No, so
when one volcano going off causes more harm to the world than it's a million cars.
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with climate change. But bringing up
what goes in the atmosphere has to do with climate.
When erupted the last time,
we're talking.
Yes,
I understand. I know all of that stuff. When people are talking about climate change in science, they're talking about human impacts on the climate, not geological disasters.
When one volcano can cause more destruction than all humans on Earth, then it's not an issue.
It's not. That's an insane thing to say, but you go ahead and have that statement to yourself.
How's that insane?
I think there's a fair take that, like, if we're going to put, hundreds of billions of dollars into mitigating the risk, that, to keep the temperature 1 degree lower, But there are these other risks that we just can do nothing that can raise the temperature by 1.5 degrees. Then maybe we got to think differently about this problem.
So this is why I said, Jason, it's about mitigating risk and harm to like fatalities, right? So this isn't like risk and harm to like take down the percentage of the earth cooling. This is like how do we create or focus on infrastructure models that help people survive things like Hurricane Katrina, the floods in Appalachia, like, you know, if we're going to take it out of America, numerous floods last summer and the summer before in the Mediterranean and the global south. Like there are people who live at the most exposed points of these things, of these kinds of disasters, which would be at the, you know, the equatorial countries and at either side of the tropics. And these are some of the poorest countries. They are leading research on this because they know that they are.
None of the models say that like you guys remember the movie 2012? Like, you guys remember 2012? Like none of the things in 2012. Yeah, none of the things in 2012 happened within our lifetime. And even if they did happen, it wouldn't happen like that. Like, what are you talking about? Like, none of them.
I'm talking about an increase in intensity. You're asking the question I'm going to answer. You're asking about an increase in intensity of climatic disasters, right? An increase in the number of, 1 second, I'm still speaking, the increase in the number of hurricanes, the increase of the intensity of the hurricanes, the increase in the number of tornadoes, the increase in the intensity. Yeah, but nobody is expecting, nobody is, 2012 is a movie.
I know it is. You said you didn't know what it was, but obviously you know what it is now.
What do you mean? I know it's
the sea levels. Listen, we're talking about Louisiana. We're talking about certain parts of Florida. We're talking about the type of climate change
and the Dust Belt.
We're talking about the type of climate change that has been sold to us that certain American cities won't about a really, really harsh storm. We're talking about the sea levels rising to where some cities
it's all part of that.
That's not true. That's not going to happen.
I mean, you can say that now because it's not true right now.
No, of course you can say that. Science doesn't even show that.
If you read and watch, who's the vice president? What's his name? Al Gore. You watch his Inconvenient Truth. What he proposes in that movie, studies that he was referencing, we should all be underwater by now.
But we shouldn't be underwater.
They had the dramatic animation showing where all the cities are going to be across the country. They're all going to be underwater. He showed that animation. That was part of the.
Tell us the years. It's
crazy. I agree with you. That's what he put in his movie.
Tell us the year. David's wrong. He doesn't know anything. But tell us the year. Tell us the year where it's going to be estimated that certain American cities are going to be underwater. Tell us the year.
I don't know if I am clairvoyant enough to say that.
No, but the science. We're not talking about these. What's the science?
Yeah, he's not asking.
Science.
He's asking what are some common predictions about that?
Oh, I don't know.
There's some studies where it already should have been.
Okay. Did you want to answer? Go ahead.
He's not gonna answer with anything, but I think the broader point, the point I appreciate MPC raising, okay, is he's ultimately saying, well, look at the policies in developed countries, in California, in America, Canada, and Western countries. What are all these northern countries? What do they think they are accomplishing? These low population, in many cases, very low population countries, what do they think they're accomplishing by taxing gasoline at the pump? Okay, this will accomplish nothing for money. Okay, not the carbon taxes. No, they are not good. There are
gas tax.
No, there are specific gas taxes in some of these countries for the environment.
Oh, well, that's
okay. Yeah, well, you just don't know what you're talking about, so shut up. So these kind of taxes, they cannot accomplish it. Okay, they are theatrical, all right, and they are a way for the government to get big, which it looks. That I think is a really fair point here. All right, you can't just be like, it's nice that the government tells me a nice story about something that's a problem, and they say, okay, there's a tax about it, and it's like, okay, what is this? But then the part about like, what does the tax have to do with doing anything about it? That part of the story is left out. And are we asking this question? Are we insisting on any kind of relationship there? No, we're not.
Okay.
So why don't you become a Republican and support Donald Trump? Okay.
I would never do that.
I got some.
I'm just goofing around. Okay, I'm just goofing around.
No, that was so funny. So I got some ideas for this. As a landowner, I've noticed differences in the climate, increased droughts, sometimes heavier rains. But two things we could do in my area: mangrove to hold the coastline together, which is really important, and then plant seagrass. Like we have a place called Laguna Madre. Laguna Madre is basically all seagrass that promotes oxygen in the ocean, which helps the atmosphere. Apparently, we get 2 out of every 3 breaths from the ocean. So those are two things we can invest in that are natural and would be a really good thing, and help produce more oxygen.
But this doesn't matter, Marshall. If the carbon tax went immediately to funding an institution that made pollution less, because plastic, in my opinion, plastic pollution is the single worst thing that we're doing to the planet. The microplastics, if you catch salmon in the middle of the Atlantic, it's still going to have fabric softener in it because of what we do to the planet. So, in my opinion, I feel like climate change is dangerous. And the reason why it's dangerous is because it flattens what it means to care about the earth. Instead of caring about things that are really actually going to move the needle, not a fucking solar panel that's going to end up in a landfill that we have to destroy the plant to even mine the materials for, not a fucking windmill that's going to kill all the birds and kill all the whales, not none of those, but actual things that change the planet. We're not focusing on nuclear energy. We're not focusing on thorium reactors. We're not focusing on getting plastic out of our lives and off our planet. But instead, we're focusing on a big tidal wave that's going to come when or how they say it's going to come.
I mean, you can't, just like I can't predict if it's going to come, you can not predict if it's not, right? So I think we should maybe stay out of the realm of
the models, the scientific models that Miami is not going to exist. Lafayette,
maybe. I mean, it's possible, right?
Yeah, so that was our answer. You said you didn't know before, now you found the study. So before, basically I'm 27 now. So before 2050, yeah, I'll still be alive then, hopefully. So most of the people in the room are going to be alive when Miami is absorbed by the climate monster.
I mean, it's possible. It's also, which are a myriad of things that can happen in between then and now.
Yeah, there are, but government policy can't be based on well, we don't know if it's going to happen. We don't know if it's not going to happen. So let's take everybody's money for the tidal wave. That may happen or may not. You don't have a good reason to take people's money.
Yeah, so...
And we got to put back on the government when they don't have a good reason.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with you in the sense of it should be direct and clear about what funds are going to be used for what, and those plans immediately go into action. They absolutely incentivize those communities, maybe even by way of making jobs for those communities, because somebody has to put this shit together. All good things. I just don't know. I do know. Often when people say things like this, they say this in effort, and I'm not accusing you of this, Jason, but they say this in effort to cripple the argument that things should be done at all. I don't.
That's true, but I'm not saying that.
I didn't say that you. That I believe that you're doing that. I do not. But I have seen the ways that different communities in different countries have for this whole 30 years, because they've been enduring things that are not inside of the normal things they understand climatically, done things to change, even poor countries. There's a reason why I talked about, houses on sticks, stick huts. It's because, in places where people can't, build strong foundations because they likely don't have, a ton of materials, time, money, whatever, they just build their houses on sticks so that the floodwaters can pass and they're less likely to endure, hardship or death, right? It looks like this, right? So, when people are talking post-Katrina about levees and stuff like this, it looks like that, right? It's not like this grandiose, the money just goes up into the sky and maybe comes down as less rain.
You're saying it's coming in, okay, so if it's coming in 2050, you just made an assumption. You're giving the government
not an assumption.
No, you said you don't know what they're doing with the money. You said that. And you gave them the benefit of the doubt. And you gave them the benefit of the doubt that, hey, maybe they're using this money for preventative measures, but you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Why would you give a government the benefit of the doubt that just wasted $25 billion on the homeless crisis, which is an accident? I'm saying, but the reason why I'm elevated is because the real crisis, it's not frustrating yet. I'm having fun. The real crisis that's happening now, $25 billion gone. Yeah, it is. Yeah, $25 billion gone. And you're saying that I'm going to give the government the benefit of the doubt that they're taking up this money 30 years in advance, but they're doing the right thing. They have our best interest in mind.
They just keep it's a little bit different here where I live. So climate scientists and climatology and earth science studies and all those things are as native to California as a poppy. There's a reason other than just elitism, tech bros, fintech homies, fintech regulations, and the other things that people hate California for. It's also because we institute for a while instituted EPA laws, right? Things that go to save the planet, right? And you guys, the rest of the country can decide now in this time whether or not they want to follow those things. I'm sure everybody can find their way. That's cool. But
the rest of the country wants to drive an F-150.
Bro, the Tourette's from you is getting annoying. It really is. Did you want to just have the floor to speak, David? I can yield for you.
No, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Where we focus on things, or at least the government does, right? So, cliff faces falling off, mitigating harm. There are regulations that say you can't build on those places, regardless of the view and how beautiful it is. We now know it's just harm. Instituting geological surveys for people who are buying homes, regardless of where you're buying those homes, super important to the landscape, super important to the safety of the people buying those homes. Instituting laws like these, right?
They already have those laws in places in multiple parts of the country.
Yeah, how do you mitigate an earthquake?
Oh my god.
But they already have those laws in place for most of the country already.
Okay. How do you mitigate an earthquake? How do you mitigate harm from an earthquake? Disaster preparedness. It's something that we just learned. We native.
An earthquake is going to happen if it wants to happen.
Yes, and there are ways that you can save yourself, and there are things that you should not do. Right?
Like what?
Somebody.
There are building codes.
Stand next to a window, I guess.
There are building codes, David, that help mitigate actually quite a bit.
But a lot of the mitigation she's talking about has already been implemented in society already. It's not like we're in zero mitigation and then she's like,
that's not what I'm saying though.
So we have to go hard.
It's not going to have a significant impact.
Yeah, so we have to go hard against the government taking money for these illusory, non-definite gains. Because NPC is right. You have there's this law of diminishing returns. I mean, you can't make building codes that much. Okay, we have basically identified the places that easily collapse and that you can't live on, and we're pretty much done with that process. I mean, honestly, the only thing we can do after this is say, look, New York is a low-lying island. Get off of it. You know, nobody can live on the coast of Florida anymore. That's basically all that's left. Like, we picked on the low.
Sure, it hits the water then.
Oh my god.
You need to use violence, okay, remove it, okay? David, stop resisting. Stop resisting, David. Okay, use force. I'll distract him. And then you move up the stage.
Oh, it's not why they say that. That's crazy. I'm actually new here as of today, so I won't be removing anyone. I'm so sorry.
I find it really, really fun, the arguments that people make, even though they know the truth. Because Xerxes, we started this conversation by, there's nothing that we can do to stop it.
Yeah, the climate's gonna do what it's
the climate we're witnessing, and then you're going.
Thing that we care about is important, right? It's why is it important? It's because people want to live, right? So now we move past the point.
So, Chase, I hate to bring it to you, but
sure,
NPC is a citizen.
Sure,
that's a qualification you need to make decisions in this country. Okay?
Yes,
the citizens who are sovereign in this country. No one has a qualification to make a decision other than us and the people we elect. We are sovereign here.
It's not about decisions. It's not about decisions. I didn't say he wasn't qualified to make a decision.
My vote
I said he wasn't qualified to make that assumption.
What is your vote?
I haven't, well, to be fair to you, Xerxes, there's a lot of assumptions that you've made that you verbatim in this conversation say, I'm about to make it. You literally said you made several assumptions, and I think you made an assumption that the state would have. You gave the state the benefit of the doubt, which is something you called an assumption verbatim, and you said they're probably using the money. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they're probably using the money for preventative measures. That's what you said. You made an assumption of how the state was allocating money.
But my assumption is based on things that I've seen, right? Is yours?
My assumptions are based on the things that I've seen. I've seen. Yes, I've seen states use benevolent causes to absorb money to not use a single.
No, but what was the statement that you made, NPC?
Which one?
The one you're arguing about currently. What was the statement that you made?
The first thing I started off with was the two questions that we agreed on. And then I started to pick your brain about, and then started to pick your brain, you said, I'm gonna go out on a limb and kind of assume that, hey, they're doing this, they're gonna take this. I'm seeing how many times the government has manufactured a crisis, absorb the money, absorb the power. Yeah, they do that. Black Panther, they do that. Like, your parents know about that. So
I don't know what you mean by that. My parents are.
You've never heard about
So I don't know what you mean by that. My parents are.
You've never heard about manufactured crises from the government? I can use Pearl Harbor. I can use Pearl Harbor. I can use manufactured crisis. The easiest one, fucking COVID-19. That's the easiest manufactured crisis. It was actually manufactured.
The pay gap is amazing.
The pay gap is another manufactured crisis. Yeah.
Okay.
Police shootings
look at minimum wages when control hours worked. So she's very NPC, but it's very, very.
No, I'm really not.
But Jason is also.
I'm clearly not.
Relax. I'm sorry.
Let's not all fight here. Let's just everybody relax. You know.
Like, you literally just got here. We're fighting for fun. If you don't like it, honestly.
Wait. Chill out. What's the attitude for? I don't know.
No, I like the fight. Don't tell them they're sure, Night King. Would you like me to play the recording of you singing? We can fight over that.
We can play that. I love my singing.
The pay gap is a great example of a manufactured crisis.
That's my
I just wanted to do this.
Yeah, and that's like something people talk about all the time. Another one is the shooting of unarmed black men by police. You know,
for all these liberal politicians, this epidemic turns out not to be real.
No, it's a real epidemic. It's one leading cause of death for young black men.
Doesn't happen. Okay.
Yes, it does.
No, it's not. Police do not shoot hardly anybody. They're not a leading cause of death for
I
anyone.
feel like I want to come to this phone and just sit.
That's an example of manufactured
Jason just wants to see more dead
No,
black
it's
people.
true. This is it's manufactured.
Okay. Okay. So NBC.
Just for the record, about
Oh, go ahead.
about
Sam.
1 in 1,000 black men and boys can expect to die at the hand.
Who's the cat here? Who's the catfish?
No, it's not a catfish.
I don't know. Who's Tina?
I'm putting out the hook. See who jump on that hook, baby. And I'm gonna reel it in.
She said that she's a ballaholic. You better be careful. Yo. Alright, guys. Let's get it. I got like 5 minutes before I turn it
got
on.
all 5 families and everything.
Let's get it.
freaky, boy.
Yeah, everybody on the roster.
Have y'all been to Vatican?
I'm a vegetarian. I like turtle.
St. Peter's Basilica Score.
They were showing videos. They were showing me, by the way.
Nice workout.
Oh, you coming out there first? That nigga got quiet. That motherfucker got quiet.
Alistair.
How can you think love will end? Diego, I will haunt you to your grave. My name is Scarface, and I tried to bomb an elevator shaft with Hamas and Hezbollah. Jihad, Princess Sia, long live Palestine! Diego! Diego, my heart aches for you and your Nazi racist ideology, your extremist bigotry and low IQ Jew hate. I miss you, Diego, and I love you.
How's the house, whatever you're running for, going?
Well, I was kicked off the ballot for Congress, but I'm running for mayor now in Chicago.
You're running for mayor. Do you remember that I got an audio recording interview of you, what you wanted to say to your constituents?
Before my accident happened, Kitover, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, what is it? You want to call Diego or something?
No. Do me a favor?
You want me to text Diego?
No.
Okay, what's your favor? Hello?
I'd like for you to delete.
Some of them who've personally reached out to me, saying how
I was in the middle of talking.
Wait.
What do you mean, wait? I was in the middle of talking.
I know, 1 second.
It's Princess's world.
It's quick. No comment. It's actually one. Oh, here he is.
Rick.
Church of St. Mary's. They said that my signatures out of district were even fraudulent. So,
Alright, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Princess.
So the day that I was rage baited by you.
Rage baited by me? You think I rage bait? And part of my rules is I never go back. I may go forward.
So my condition for you to be in room. Anyways.
Quickly kick him out.
Wait, what was the audio or video?
What clip are you? Yeah, what clip are you? Are you looking for the one that is Tim Robertson racing stations also with terrorists? June 7th, 20.
No. But yeah, I just want him to delete that. I think if he does that, then I think that's a good, gesture of goodwill, and we can let bygones be bygones and be cool on this app. But for the time being, I guess you can stream us on YouTube if you'd like. I want to start running, but I'm just gonna walk. I don't know if you can hear the background noise from the cars. It's very loud. Huh?
Are you working out?
Yeah. I'm walking to the gym.
Nice.
I was gonna run, but I didn't really feel like, I don't know, it's not necessary to run right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I worked when I wasn't supposed to work. I took the bus home. I chilled for a little bit, talked to Mr. Johnny the Best, and then now I'm talking to you all and walking to the gym, and then I'm gonna get some groceries and walk with the groceries back.
Damn, Laura, that's a productive day.
I know, she's been really well.
Soft and hair, counting in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress. Eyes on point, steady as a stone. Follow gravity down, slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, notice every edge where the tension hides. Swaying in the wind, mind like a lake, quiet from within. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathe, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still on the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. One thought, nothing loud, just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now. Follow gravity down.
Where is your cattle?
Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground.
Where's the
Focus like a
house?
flame, still on the sound.
She's in the cattle.
Bend like water, you are steady now.
Where's your cattle? Where's your hat? Aren't you Pritzker's Democrat-controlled opposition?
Soft in hand, counted in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress.
Who is she? What does she do?
Steady as a stone, thoughts follow gravity down. Focus like a flame, still. Notice
It's a
every
job.
where the tension hides. Send your breath there, feel it loosen inside.
Choose fraud, scam, lies,
Like a reed
and ignorant.
sway
The
my
fraud
way,
is
quiet from within. Like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still on the sun. When you break out, unfold, unfold, nothing extra, nothing loud, just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now.
you Democrat control opposition?
Mine keeps talking, you just watch it
Nothing.
pass on through. Been like water, flow around, you can hold, follow your breathe. Inhale.
She's about to be arrested. She's about to be arrested for RICO. You just watch it pass on through. Been like water, flow around when you can't hold. Follow your breathing, let it gather, let it go. Every small distraction, just the way that it rolls on through. Been like water. Another loss for a RICO criminal org like CTU. Quiet. I'll be drum in my chest. All this noise fading down to breath. I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant. I breathe in peace. I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in soft blue sky. Even with my eyes closed, every scar like a map where I've grown. I bless the cracks where the gentle light is pouring. I bless the past for the way it keeps informing. I breathe in peace. I breathe out the water inside. I breathe in everybody. I breathe in joy. Let it rise above. I breathe in light. I every hand has its heart. Every tide I breathe in, every tide I breathe in strength. Let it rise above. I breathe in light. I breathe out. Stronger, softer, learning how to bow to the peace, to the strength. Drum in my chest. All this noise fading down to breath. I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant.
quiet in your chest. Let the shaken part settle here. Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces I once called home. Love in the center. Breathe in all the scattered pieces. Breathe out every borrowed fear. Hands open to the quiet in your chest. Let the shaken part settle here. Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces I once called unknown. Love in the center, soft but so strong. I am.
Google that. I didn't tell the patient I didn't know. I just went over there and Googled it, and then I knew exactly what it was. So don't fear, people. Do not fear. If your doctor's sitting there with a blank look on his face, and you come in there with a whole bunch of stuff, he's probably thinking you're like, oh, I think you know what you're talking about. And it's been one day in science. So he's probably got that look on their face because I get it all the time. So that's all I'm going to say. You guys don't be afraid of your doctors. We, as a black community, brown community, white community, we don't go to our doctors the way we should be anyway for our annual checkups, our annual labs, annual workups, or whatever. We don't take our medication the way we're supposed to. We don't monitor our vitals and our blood work. So please don't get the fear of going to your physician. As a matter of fact, go more. Go more. Amen. Thank you for the time.
That people keep getting so much money to go, to have this checkup, or if you have a colonoscopy, they'll pay you this or whatever. And I said, okay, but not everyone has this so-called incentivized plan. But it did make me think it would certainly benefit, a lot of Americans if there was ways to help, especially those who are low income. They have these programs, but a lot of them are either being obviously cut or what have you. But yeah, a lot of doctors and things like this, Lisa, you're on point. Don't be fearful either, and all of these other things. I think things will be all right. I don't think either with this, I don't think that AI will necessarily take the place of my doctor. And yes, people do need to stay up to date on their checkups, but a lot of people absolutely cannot afford sometimes even go to a doctor. That was another thing that one of my friends told me.
So I don't want anyone thinking that what Lisa said is a reassurance for you all, because we know how rapidly advancing these things are being advanced. Even if it messes up tomorrow, they're gonna fix it the next day. This shit is astronomical. So I do agree with Lisa, but I do want to push back and let y'all know. And these robots I told y'all that's running faster than everybody, they were literally slow as fuck 3 months ago. Some of them didn't exist. So the one thing is, it's gonna keep happening, and we need to be figuring out ways to do. Because that doctor said he was scared, not me. The patients weren't. He's scared.
I don't know why the doctor is scared.
And I posted the video in the chat.
Because we already have robots already. We've had robots for 20 years in the operating room. I can't speak for a doctor. That's one thing I cannot speak for. But I can speak for people who work in the operating room and for myself that puts patients to sleep. There is not going to be a robot that's going to be able to put a patient to sleep under anesthesia. It's just, they're not going to be able to make one. And if you are looking forward to that happening, I suggest you guys just all go out and get educated.
I'm fear-mongering. I'm not looking forward to none of this shit. I'm telling y'all to wake the fuck up.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's here. It's actually here.
It's here. And them 20 years ago robots you talking about in that medical room is not what we're seeing today.
No, listen, that's not what I'm saying. You're so busy trying to prove me wrong. Somebody please put your mic. I'm saying that they have.
You're reassuring these people, and y'all need to be scared. I'm not trying to prove you wrong.
I'm just saying that the robot that we started out with in the operating room, the Da Vinci, it was there 20 years ago, and every 3 years, I think, it's been upgraded and advanced. So we have the latest technology one right now in there, and it doesn't look like the one I first saw. I first saw my first one 13 years ago, but I know that they've been around for 20 years. So that's the only thing I'm saying.
Okay.
Lisa, can Cyrus go real quick? Because he can come. Cyrus, go ahead.
I wasn't done.
Pass it to Cyrus.
I don't see a Cyrus. I see a Siri. But, I mean, just let me finish here, please, sir. And then have fun. Please take notes, guys. Since they asked me to do this, I'm doing it. I find it interesting because I'm not with that. I like real movies. I don't even like the green screen, how they don't go on site and fly to locations and do movies no more. That's one thing. This one's really good, y'all, but it's scary. So a family in Shandong Province province, which is in China, used artificial intelligence to protect their elderly mother from the shock of losing her only son in a car accident. Instead of telling her the truth, they created a digital version of him using old photos, videos, and voice recordings. The AI was built by developer Zhang Zhiwei and is able to speak and interact like a real person. Now the mother regularly talks to this AI version of her son through video calls like Zoom, FaceTime, and etc., believing her son is still alive. Now that is cool, but it's scary as hell. And you tell that when her son is dead. And so that is
Hold on, Ashton. Let him land. Go ahead.
Yeah, now that is bad. But take your notes, guys, because I'm not done. And these are good. But I don't want y'all to talk about each one. I just want to get out the way because I got to go in the gym. And even as tantalizing as they are, so please write down things. All right, so this is a good one. Well, I don't know what this is either. I don't know if this shit is good or bad, y'all. You know, I'm up in arms. So this one says, an AI school with no teachers is set to open in Chicago this year, where students will learn core subjects like science, math, and reading from AI-powered robots. We all know how bad this can get, but anyway, I'll read the last one, which is pretty good as well. And if you're ready for it, well, there's two more, because I gotta read this. An AI-generated song, which I don't know if y'all know, there's a lot of people who are making AI songs on this app now in real time, and they were trying to do laws against this, but they haven't worked. So an AI-generated song called Celebrate Me reached the #1 spot on the US and global iTunes charts last week, marking the first time this has ever happened, that a virtual artist has topped the rankings. Now, any of us can download the app Suno and create a virtual song, an AI song. Hint, hint. So, if y'all amigos want to make some money, I'm just telling y'all, the AI might be, looking before they get the law to make this shit illegal. Now, that being said, the last one, this is scary as well. Someone actually connected living human brain cells to an LLM, this computer chip. Cortical Labs grew 200,000 neurons on a computer chip, taught them to play the video game Doom, and now they are wiring them into the token selection process of an AI. These are actual brain cells on a computer chip, learning in real time with the computer chip. I don't even know how to fathom and explain this to y'all, because when I read it an hour ago, I'm still trying to figure this shit out. But this shit is crazy. And for the last one, a former OpenAI executive has said that they are building portals to contact aliens by using AI, and claims these systems are already in existence in the US and China. And on
So how you doing, Lisa, Michael, TT, everybody in the model? Yeah, I can about that this is just today, I believe. The second part is what BT was talking about earlier, and Lisa basically. This is with the AI thing. This is related to all knowledge workers, whether doctors, engineers, finance, lawyers, or even musicians. This is all related to a knowledge worker. And what happened right now is we have access to this knowledge, and there's a curve. So you can access to this knowledge fairly quick, but you probably will not be able to get the diagnosis or diagnosis or the experience that you have to gain the system, right? Like you still have to go to school, you still have to practice, you still have to pass your exams and everything else. So rather than be afraid of this knowledge is now spread out to the population, I'm more a freedom type of person where it's like, okay, let knowledge be accessible to everybody. Let everybody be able to make their decisions. I'm a heavy cloud user. I use it to work every day. And you know what? Make my life a little bit easier. I don't have to remember formulas, or I don't have to remember anything else. But then this is the analysis where it comes in, the details and the experience. This is where you make a mark and how. So when I say, oh, they're laying off software developers, yeah, you can write the code, total code right away, but you need people to do the debugging and testing, right? Because the code is not going to come perfect. So you still need these people, and this is what the software companies are doing. So these are the two things that I just wanted to chime on earlier and just wanted to contribute to you that.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome to the 420. Today is the 420. So it's kind of like ironic that you find yourself in 420 on the date on April 20th, our year, Lord 2026. So shout out to Misa, aka Lisa, aka Pizza, for having this room. Lisa, Misa, Pizza. I have the clip of homeboy named Kevin Patel, the FBI director, explaining himself. That was kind of top news.
Can we finish with our breaking news before we go into clips? Somebody said something about the lady being fired. That is one of the breaking news. And then the other breaking news is that, I'm driving, but I need to go to this one area of my phone real quick. Because during the day I try to...
Unless AI is in your car, you need to stop.
It's a Tesla that drives itself.
I'm actually about to buy one because my IV is high like Helen Clinton. Well, no one says the road was long, but
they don't start, a lot of people go to sleep and they're driving their Tesla. But anyway, Trump's family, I don't know, I heard this over in Gary Bumgarner's room, but I didn't know. I knew that they were profiting off the war, and a lot of his friends are profiting off of this war. And I asked the question on, I believe it was Saturday in PC, yeah, it had to be Saturday, about Trump with the stock market. Like, so, you still I'm like,
that's Jay, you off mic.
Mute up.
You don't know. It's fine. I got you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, so, you notice how Friday, the gas prices are going sky high. There is a gas station, and somebody verified it wasn't you, Murray, that by LAX in Southern California, that gas is selling for $10 and change a gallon, which is unimaginable. But anywho, Friday, he announced that the Strait of Hormuz was open and it was flowing freely, and everybody was, everything was good. Cruise ships, we listened to your buddy over there, Tucker Carlson, talk about how cruise ships had gone through, that had been anchored off for a month, and everything was just wonderful, that Iran surrendered. So, of course, what happened? The stock market started rallying, gas prices went down, and no later than, and so people made a lot of money that day on the stock market. It wasn't you, it wasn't me, it wasn't even our crypto heirs in here, all our millionaires and billionaires on Clubhouse. So Sunday, what happened? 2 miles. And hold on for a second. He's on the right. I don't want you guys to know my whereabouts. So anywho, so what happened? It closed up again. Come to find out from, I was in Gary Bumgarner's room repeating, Trump, the sons, Eric and Bo and Harry, made a lot of money because they invested in what? Drones. Drones, and more drones, okay? This is a joke here. I think we're being played in so many ways with this war, with the Trump family, and I thought Trump was an idiot. He's proven me wrong on a couple of situations. So that's one. Anybody want to add to that conversation? I
don't see a problem with that. I'll let Michael go because Michael always has better things to say than I do.
No, that's not true. I was just going to say what they were. There was $760 million. I'm not an economist, but they said they shorted oil by $160 million 20 minutes before he made his announcement. They literally talked about that. The 2 of the best market days, probably now 11 after this, have been under this presidency of Donald Trump. And they're saying that
opinions is everybody can see around the world what's going on with the market. So they'll find them hold them accountable. But yeah, but they're definitely making money off it. And actually working on the drone guy.
Exactly. They started investing in the drones in 2024 from because I started hearing stories, and so my curious went and just took a look, and I was like, okay, when did they really start investing in this company? I think the company starts with a P or something like that. I'm trying to find the name of it because
I have to look at when I stop because I got it.
Let me, if I can get on this, I mean, see anything surprised about all this? I mean, drones have been out since. Drones are really 1980s technology. Okay, they've been out since the 1980s. Use them in they used drone swarms in the first Gulf War. Okay, in 1991. So they're nothing new. Okay, this is nothing. There's nothing new about drones. People have been investing in drones for decades since I've been alive.
Good news, sir. We just made a point of a fact that even if I had money in drones, I would say, hey, y'all, I'm making a shitload of money off of this war. That's all I would say. We're just letting everybody know that the poor busted Trumps that went into office broke as fuck are now up in the one echelon as millionaires.
Why do you keep saying that? They were broke.
They were not millionaires, sir.
Why is that not
I'm sorry, I interrupted someone. Let him land. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, you gotta let me land though. I mean, I think it was my understanding that I don't think Trump ever was a billionaire. I think he was definitely a real estate mogul. I think he was definitely a millionaire. But I don't think he was ever a billionaire in the first place. That being said, it's nothing. I mean, anyone can invest. I mean, I'm invested in I'm in the stock market. There's millions of Americans that have money in the stock market. Okay, I'm potentially making money off of it. So it's not like Trump is the only one. It's not like you have to be rich to be in the stock market. You could open up a public account or what's that other company? Robinhood account for free with no money. And you could just buy. You don't have to buy whole stock. You just buy a little small percentage. You can buy $2 or $3 of a stock. By a little small fraction of a stock.
Let me say something.
And you can make money off of this shit.
Let me say something. Yo, just to get it real quick. So, everybody in here understands that. So, the problem is that when you're the president, if you were the president of the United States and you got your money in the stock, and you know that, like, your words, are you saying that you're going to close a strait, or that you're going to blockade a strait, or that you're going to take tariffs off, you're going to put tariffs on, if you know that would make the market, like, drop or do different things and manipulate the market, that shit is illegal. So I'm saying, yeah, everybody is like, it's like this motherfucker's manipulating the market with his words. People look like that. If people are making moves, makes an announcement 20, 30 minutes before he makes an announcement, people having crystal balls on what the president's going to do, and they're playing off that stuff.
First off, you can't talk. The thing is that they okay, look, Nancy Pelosi has made a whole bunch of money off the stock market. People saying that Trump is doing it now. Okay, whatever. But it's not just him. This is a global. People all over the world and what it is that over the weekend, especially, the announcement about the strait kept on changing. First they said it was open, then they said it was closed, and Trump said it was open, and Iran said it was closed. And really, what's really going on is it's open, and there are ships that are going in and out of it. Okay, the Iranians have given the green light for certain ships to go in and out, but they've also attacked other ships, such as that Indian ship that they attacked because they picked up oil in Iraq It's not manipulation. It's a volatile right now. Okay, and that's what's going on. And you're just acting like you're up and he's the one controlling all this. It's not. There's multiple factors at play, including our ratings. And I'll land right there.
Okay, Michael, you're up. You're next, Michael. Please finish your statement. Jokes on.
People start talking that book, and I'm not saying, Mr. You good. It's just, it's ignorant to say that Donald Trump, what he's doing is not affecting the president of the United States. His words carry weight. Like when he said the thing about killing a whole civilization, we were literally, people around the world were worried about nuclear war. The man definitely is clearly manipulating the markets. Looking at during his presidency, like they say, the 10 best days in the history of the market have occurred during his presidency. So I'm saying we can't even, if we can't see eye to eye on that, I'm just saying you got it. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. We're good.
I thought you were done.
To answer your question was pray for the family of those kids. They were all killed.
Yeah, that's on my list. That's on the list to talk about. And thank you for reminding me. But let this go ahead and tell us, Ashton, and then let that gentleman respond to the same question we've been talking about.
The drone thing. Again, we're talking about rapid advancing technology. Not no basic 80s drone, which they did have better back then than we do. We're talking about that materials, better stuff. Another thing, when we talk about stock market manipulation, I'm someone in this room, and you can tell everybody who. Themselves.
I'm not having what
what you're saying, Broom, is you're almost like saying, well, the best way. Why aren't black people following that prescription?
Complex, higher level problem. You'll have the discipline and endurance to be able to do these things. It will help you to be a leader among people. And so, I mean, if you're not equipped with these qualities, then you wouldn't have what it takes to be at the top of whatever field that you're in. So education is really important.
Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the
Disagree with anything you're saying. What I think I'm trying to say is it's a really good thing that your parents prescribed that thesis to you. And so therefore you kind of had that North Star of how the world works, how power works, how success works. You were prescribed that earlier, and then you followed that guideline. What I'm saying is, again, and me, I'm Nigerian, so I had that as well. But my black friends, they might not have had that. They were not told anything. They were just job. They weren't told, what types of jobs. They probably don't know what investment banking is, or some of these are lucrative because we're. And I think that kind of goes back to slavery and just not really understanding. Yeah.
You said I'm African American. I'm actually Black American. So this is what you gathered from just being around your friends. Like this is just like this is like a perception that you created for yourself, just like being around them.
It depends on the group of friends. I grew up in Louisiana, a really poor state, but I went to college, and I have all black folks are not a monolith. But my friends growing up in jail.
Listen, JL, don't talk to me about don't say black people. No, listen. What you're saying rhetoric to me. I'm actually black, dude. So don't tell me rhetoric that you know about black people. That's not true. Like black people not a monolith. Like don't tell me about black. So JL, what tribe are you from?
Don't worry about it, man. We done.
What's the matter? You upset that someone can?
I missed it.
Yeah, I was just trying to engage this dude intellectually, and then he got upset because he wants to spew rhetoric.
Well, look, going back to that king and queen analogy, we're all kings or queens of our own castle. We all came together to sit up to talk to one another. I assume everyone who comes to sit at the table are kings and queens until proven otherwise. So,
I'm actually Black.
Yeah, I'm Black American too, and I gotta say, I don't think it was rhetoric. I just think he was voicing his opinion like such.
Yeah, which is fine.
Alistair's not black, he's white, he's a fucking...
No, I'm black. I'm a black female, and I'm a lesbian. I've decided to change my pronoun to they, she, or her.
That's what I'm talking about. Like you got.
That's what I'm talking about. That you actually ain't got nothing to say. You got no point to make. You just wanted to interrupt JL. That's my point. Hello?
But you're a troll. So.
Oh, I ain't a troll. I'm a man with a cell phone in his hand. It's just your opinion that I'm a troll. And when Pepper says that I'm a white man and I am, I'm not. I'm a black woman and I'm a lesbian. and I'm complete.
Wait, okay, so you just said that you was a man, but I mean, I think I recognize your voice.
You think I recognize your voice, Night King? You're very difficult to kill on the battlefield.
Come on, here we go. And see, Grim, this is to your point when, like, you know, you just click my profile, you'll be all right.
Man, Grim is working out in the backyard. We're just providing him content at this point. Everybody needs to go to the gym and work out like Grim, because otherwise he's more supreme than us. He's more powerful. He's stronger.
Profile. Hold on, everybody click on Night King's profile and read his bio. It's very sweet.
Okay, that's cute. All right.
Hey, just let you guys know you're
Come on, brother. What you doing?
I'm black too, and I don't appreciate your content or your submission. There's no point to this room anymore. Hello?
No, there is a point. Is when all the dust settles.
Can I get my shit off? Or do I got a big mic? I guess I got a big mic.
Nah, you ain't got a big mic. Grim was talking about something. Go ahead, Grim.
Exactly.
Night King, you got it. I just want to quickly say that after the whole talk session, it will be clear who are the better people and who are just, obnoxious and don't know how to conduct themselves in a conversation.
Exactly.
And so what I'm trying to say is there's no such thing as black supremacy. There's just low IQ people that IQ and you be
That's what you're doing, you know?
What are you I don't think you do. Say something intelligent and worthwhile to listen to. Thank you very little.
Cool, that's cool. That's cool. I'ma just wait. I'ma just wait. Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait too all night long until somebody on the stage actually says something intelligent.
I know that's cool.
What does it say in his profile? I looked at it, but it don't really say nothing intelligent. Is gay. And LGBTQ is okay. I don't care how you want to orgasm. That's your choice. Ain't no such thing as a troll. You the troll. If you call somebody else a troll, you the troll. You the troll. That's called troll projection 101. Troll projection 101.
Buster has I have a question for Graham. Okay, but I will say something, Graham. Hold on. You know about black supremacy. That's y'all's here.
I'm learning more and more every day I'm on this app. Now, Alistair, I want to let you know that I really try not to mute or kick people out. Like, that's trying to act like
I will kick you out because you're being a jerk.
Just like everyone in the room. But if you have to, that's pretty don't do that. So, okay. Now,
have a normal conversation.
Yeah, I just say this, and then I'm gonna land quickly because we got some dumbasses in here. Everybody's version of what a smart, intellectual, all that, it looks different depending on where you at.
Oh, Jesus Christ! You're trying to make excuses why you sound dumb, but you're actually smart. No.
Okay,
I know he has delusional paranoia schizophrenia.
This is my last call. Like, I set the room to where anyone is free to come up to the stage and talk, but if you had it separately, I can't take you. Right, exactly. So I really don't want to do that.
That's fine. That's cool. Grim, if you want to talk to an actual black supremacist, Yah's servant down here is a black Hebrew Israelite. He's who you want to talk to. Okay, he came through Yah came through transatlantic chattel slavery as people did, and they were shit. They were enslaved and then they were impregnated by the white man, and now they're part white, but they believe that they're actually indigenous to the Americas. That they're the real Jews, aren't they? Hey, you had a question. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, thanks for the introduction, weirdo. Joshua Lawingway. Yeah, your mama. Anyway, Grim, so you know about black supremacy. What didn't you know? What didn't you know about it? You didn't know the thing.
In the past week, I've been in a number of predominantly or like solely black rooms where I was.
They were ghetto hamburger rooms.
I was enlightened by quite a number of the way some black people think. I wish I had a list, but I do recall some.
He was in nigger rooms where they were claiming that they're superior.
Why are you speaking for him? Why shut up?
What happened? Let him speak for himself. Let him ask him. Your white brain doesn't say that.
No, he's not.
No, he agreed.
I want to open this room.
Yeah, it's not. Homoneurotics, man. Yeah, it's all right.
Homoneurotic?
Yeah, that's a homo, y'all.
House, and especially the black supremacists, he finds them to be low IQ and just audaciously stupid. Racist and they're low IQ because they go hand in hand together. If you were racist, you're obviously low IQ and not very well learning. You didn't read enough books about the Holy Spirit, and you it's not that you black. What's special about you is that you got a soul. Hello?
What's wrong, Maria?
Alistair, the hieroglyphs.
You know, that's gonna stop, man. You're gonna have to make an executive.
Go ahead, Grim. Kick me if you want. You're just gonna waste your time listening to Othello.
I hope.
Again, this is all cool.
Hey, Grim, what city are you from? What city you grew up in?
Hold on, y'all. This is all
From Compared to everyone else, they're far and few in between. Like I cited, there are only 15 million Asians in America. So,
and just like your own right? Cambodians, what they open? Donut shops, right? The Chinese, they tend to open up nail salons. You know, and
Koreans own the nail salons, but
you know, so it's man, you know, it's cool.
okay. I was trying to think.
The weave shops are the fucking Korean. Ones are the Vietnamese, including all the Japanese.
You switched the N and the M in Vietnam, but to respond, you said Vietnamese.
That's Vietnam. Oh, Vietnamese. Yeah, Vietnamese.
All right, you gotta switch the letters there. Yeah. To respond to your question, I'm trying to recall some of the things I was told. Well, there was one girl that I need to thank. I forget. Asian people. Here in America, or she was basically saying that Americans helped, like, pave the way to.
Well, what off of the civil rights movement?
Something like that, and just like rubbing it in my face.
Yeah, that's everybody. Yeah, I mean, that's to do some basic. But
I'm not doing it justice. It's just the way that they were saying it was.
Your opinion.
All right, I just remembered I pointed out about was saying it to me. She wants me to respect that. The way that
you gotta suck her to.
But the way she was saying it wouldn't make me want to respect it. You see?
Yeah, of course not.
but I mean, you have to find your the inner person in you that knows that you should have respect.
I mean, if you believe in inheritance, though, then why shouldn't your black ass be a slave? And shouldn't we inherit you as a people?
First of all, who's running this? Who say? Okay. Just real quick though, I want to say something.
Of course it can.
All right.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking Jew.
Oh, Jesus Christ, BB's here.
Look, I, as a Korean, I have a slight grudge. Okay, I have a slight grudge against the Japanese because of the history. The Japanese had enslaved the Korean people for around 40 years, from like 1890 to 1930. But the subsequent generations of Japanese people need to do with it. But yet I still have a gripe, right? So I can sort of relate in that way, in terms of how like the history has some
But Grim, you are actually way more intelligent than these people, because you recognize that none of the people today did this to you or people relatively close to you in the history. So they're making a supernormal claim of black tax reparations based on former crimes, not crimes that have happened during their lifetimes or their parents' lifetimes. They're making a supernormal claim and statement, and it's greedy, and it's traitorous, and it's a tax. It's nothing but tax. These people are taxologists, Grim. Don't let them confuse you with their bullshit race hustling. They're fucking taxologists. They want to tax you. They want to censor you. They want to make you feel guilty. They're nothing but taxologists. I rest my case. Hello?
Graduated for the Citadel. Was an officer in the military and also was in the CIA.
Really? They let gay people in?
You were never in the CIA.
John was. I
That wasn't technically my ex.
BB, you're a drunk fucking British fucking Iranian.
It's like,
How do you control just being yourself, BB?
yeah, well, that's what. So what I'm saying is like, whether you're fucking
IRGC for life.
supremacist, you're American supremacist,
IRGC is the best.
black supremacist, which is about fucking time. It's like, when are we gonna find those? Or you're fucking Jewish, but we had this for, or the Persian is fucking about.
Oh God, everything's about Persian.
Or Chinese. It's like, who gives a fuck about these fucking old, like, fucking cunts? Like, what are they called? Oh, Republic of China. No, we want the Chinese fucking supremacist.
He's Korean. He's not even Chinese. Asians, right?
Shut the fuck up.
George says Korean American. Or Korean.
We want the youth of China. We want the youth of
Obviously, from South fucking Southern California to Central.
the youth of America.
San Diego or LA.
You know what? Whenever you have a friend, you have this conversation.
Yeah, obviously San Diego or LA.
I don't give a fuck what you are, but you have a fucking responsibility. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna, you got like Pepe. He's like,
John's back. John's back.
I'm like fucking, I'm a racist. And then you'll have Grim, who's like, I don't know where he's from, but I definitely know.
Grim Alistair Crawley's back. He's
But
the
even
universe.
Stop
Look, I don't mind people saying what they want to say, but maybe you didn't know. Wait.
Got it. Well, let's just get back to the topic then. Let's get back to the topic. I didn't know black supremacy was a thing. Is it a thing? Let's get back on topic. So I don't know what you're talking about, but I didn't know black supremacy was a thing until Clubhouse when I heard black racists. Now we have a black racist mayor here in Chicago named Brandon Johnson. But the worst racists because they're the nastiest when they get racist. They are so despicable, so ungrateful, so unpatriotic. They're nothing but traitors. And, you know, they turn on everybody and they turn on themselves. They turn on their own families. They shoot their own communities up. They kill each other. They're horrible, awful people. Terrible. I just want to I'll check on that. Hello?
She said, like, why are you trying to have Asians take over country, it should be black people because they were the most oppressed group. And she said some really even more extreme things. She said the only people who should be congressionally recognized as citizens of the United States are white and black people. And that all other races of Americans should not be in the same standing in terms of citizenry or citizenship.
Anybody want to unpack that?
Black people are terrible.
No, actually, it's just low IQ. It's racism, really, and it's stupidity. And you witnessed it, Grim. You heard it firsthand how ignorant it is. They're so hypocritical and so stupid. The people on the app, I'm not saying the black monolith that doesn't exist. Stupid fucking left wokest, black left woke on this app are dumb as fuck. Hello?
She even went so far as to say that all other races should be kicked out of the country and sent back to wherever they came from.
Well, if they're illegal,
No, I mean, she meant straight up all, anyone who's not white or black, basically.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. If they're illegal, Othello, come on, let's be honest. You'd be happy to have more left voters here in this country to support your cause, right? You don't care if they're illegal aliens.
Grim, I'm going to be honest. A lot of white people say the same thing.
And another thing, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of saying as I recall, they were clearly saying that, they explicitly said that they think that the black race is the superior race. And they were under the impression that I was all about saying that Asians are superior. I wasn't. That's not what I'm about.
Well, they probably look at your name and then they assume.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
And my intent is not to take over the country, but they said that their intention was. That was another thing. They want to take over the country.
You find a lot of black people adopting these extremist ideas. A lot of them are actually turning right wing. A lot of them, foundational black Americans, are actually in alignment with white Americans, white right wingers. It's going.
In Othello's opinion. Remember, there's no data to back up what he's saying. It's just his opinion. Let's see some data on something other than one man's opinion to claim that black people are becoming right-wing extremists, when it's actually just the exact opposite. They're all left-wing extremists. And when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, you went to politically correct, you could hear all the left wokeists led by gay black men screaming, "Oh, thank God that Charlie Kirk is dead! Thank God that white boy racist is dead!" You should hear the gay black men on this app. You want to talk about sociopaths and psychopaths? All you got to do is listen to a gay black man on this app for 20 to 30 minutes, and you will realize they're left woke Democrats. They're not right-wing conservatives. They are left-wing, woke, racist, hypocritical, gay Democrats. That's what they are. Not what Othello says. Everything Othello says is a propaganda. Hello?
Let me ask you a question. Isn't Sig right wing? Isn't people like Anthony and a lot of these people that are with these right wing popping up here and left and right? You have a lot of black people that voted for Trump. Yeah, you do have black people embracing right-wing ideologies.
Yeah, you got one guy called Sig who leads a room with a bunch of white people and a bunch of Jews. One big black man. That's it, Othello. If Sig is your data or your evidence, again, it's just your stupid opinion. Get some fucking links in the chat. Hello?
They know him, right?
You spread stupid because you're stupid. You're fucking stupid. That's what you are. And this is your roast, stupid. You're LARPing. You're LARPing as a white the rings, you fucking idiot.
You don't even know who that is. You're just skimming the surface and going with like the main.
Really? Wait,
not excluding. You guys can be here. What I'm saying is like,
You guys can be here. I like that phrasing.
yeah. Is like,
You guys can be here. I like that phrasing.
yeah.
That's what I was trying to tell you earlier, Grim. Like, Black Americans. You remember how I told you they kind of look at, like, white Americans are kind of the last people they look at. It's because they all white Americans and Black Americans, at least a lot of them, largely they're so they look at each other as countrymen, even though they're the different race. They look at you guys as all
They're like siblings who fight at times but still got each other's back because they got that long relationship.
Yeah, but they look at Asians, who obviously
as like the adopted child.
That came much later, and so they don't look at. They basically have a nativist image So
okay, I have to stop my workout. I gotta give you my little spiel on Hello. Is that all right? But the way that you said that, though, the way you worded that, though, was. But the way you said you guys can be here. No, but the way you said it gave me the impression that you already established the default, and I'm the one who's just fuck. Just the way you said that, I don't know.
I'm saying that Black and whites have a moral choice history with each other, and we gotta make that shit right. When we make the shit right,
I took you the wrong way. I thought you meant that only by having white blacks cooperate and collaborate with the nation you can arrive. I thought
Yeah, we all gotta pay the black tax to make it right. They want the free money. They want to tax you and get that tax money with the black tax.
Hey, come on, that's preaching.
This is fucking This is the same guy I kicked out earlier.
Yeah, come on. I'm using that.
He has a similar view. So most people like myself think that like the 1965 Immigration Act was the worst thing to happen to our country. And I'm not being hyperbolic there. I literally believe it. I want the country to remain overwhelmingly white. That's a view that, quite a few of us have. But while acknowledging that, we may have a problem with blacks and their behaviors and their demands, but we don't look at them as non-Americans.
But we had this discussion before, right, Pepe? And it's up to your racial group, the white people, to maintain majority by making sure that you got children with each and every next generation.
But see, Grim, that's how everybody else. It's just in group, out group, and what you're seeing. This is what white people do not do. They don't do what you just said because that's like dissolve. That's like thinking in the past. And nowadays, every white person is a fucking Democrat. And the situation gets with wars or famine or currency. White people in this country just don't act that way. They've completely dissolved into the network. It's only black people and Asian people that want to call themselves out and say, we want special identity politic privilege and we want to tax the white people. You know how fucking stupid that is?
I'll say this. There is like a double standard, right? Whereas I look at black and whites and Native Americans to be the primary, to be like themselves like an Asian or Hispanic woman, but like not a black woman. Like I don't we do kind of, a lot of us do kind of have, you could have like in the border, the Great Border, what is it like? We generally find more appealing, and most of us are going to find Hispanic people and Asian people much more tolerable. Even when they speak French, there's
You said something to me along the lines of that America should be this way in terms of race. I just don't remember exactly what you said. Something you said triggered me. If you could just get right to the jugular, and you said it would be better for America to be like X, Y, and Z in terms of race. I just don't remember exactly what it was you said.
When I said that blacks and whites need to fix this kind of age-old curse that we have with each other.
No, I think it was something like equality that makes them special in a way.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about industry. You know, if blacks and whites came together, and we knew how much power we have. Like in industry, in culture, in entertainment. You know what I mean? And like if you see Turning Point USA, right? They're going through a whole rebranding of white people, where they're like, okay, it's okay to be white, right? Cool factor to get people really on board. You know what I mean? So what if white?
That wasn't it.
Hold on. Let me just get running like a "it's okay to be white" kind of revival. You know what I mean? I think that's limiting. Why don't you just unite on an American thing and get unite black whites, since we control all these major industries.
Very much pro-black. There was something that you said, but never mind. We have it on replay anyway. But and other key documents were reinterpreted to mean something different. They were reinterpreted to all people, and the Constitution was held up to a more idealistic standard of or space, and pulled more away from being like an ethnic-based sort of philosophy. So now you have people of all different races in America: white, black, Asian, Hispanic. Achieve any sort of position in America. And so this is how the rules of the game have been established now. And what that has allowed is for anyone to vie for these positions, as long as they, are determined and, ingenious enough to maneuver, jockey, strategize.
Florida had to go find it. I believe in America, if you have somebody teaching you the game that's actually going to lead to prosperity, you're lucky. And, yes and I got into it earlier, but one thing we agree on is like being like in general, there are Asian people in America who would do really well, but they have poor guidance. The stuff that you're saying, you're clearly well informed, and that's either from your own doing or from your family's doing. But not all people have that. That's kind of like actually a little bit of a liberty, in my opinion.
And okay, thank you. You know the difference between a native-born American and an immigrant? One is in a state of peace, while the other is in a warlike soldier mindset. I don't want to be complacent and feel like I'm, waddling in a peaceful vibe like such a hippo mud. Second, that passes. It's war. It's wartime for me. Not that I'm the ferocity of wanting to be the most that I can be. Just the level of ambition and native born. so Americans with in America have become somewhat complacent, and that has definitely weakened their competitiveness in a very competitive country. The silver lining is that with such intense competition, you'll have excellence. I could compare this with the Olympics. The Olympics is where you get the
Grim, in 1861 to 65, Grim, you gotta realize this country had a civil war.
I'm also here to dominate, Othello.
He's a dominator, Othello. But Grim, what you don't understand is, in 1861 to 1865, 1 million Americans killed themselves, and there were 1.5 million casualties in the Civil War. This country tore itself apart over slavery. And the reparations were paid then by the people that died, or any other benefits derived thereof. But to make claims that a black tax and reparations is the only way to solve this rift between white and black man in America is so stupid and so ignorant. It shows no spirituality. It shows no logic, no philosophical understanding, or legal or law comprehension whatsoever. It's purely political. It's Marxist and communist and socialist and stupid. And anybody here who makes that argument, if Othello thinks he's entitled to money, or he knows people that are entitled to money, I gotta say, you should all just read a fucking book, jerk off, smoke a drink, have a tequila, and realize you got what you got, and there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And the more you complain, the more you're just gonna get put into a complaint department. It's pointless. Hello?
I really want to tell you something.
Okay, I just want to,
All right, go ahead.
Did anybody say anything about reparations, like this whole time? Like, did I see?
Not yet. We haven't brought that yet.
Okay, so universe is just kind of like making false claims and kind of like projecting.
I mean, yeah.
No, I'm playing 3D chess. I'm 3 moves ahead of you. And I live in Chicago, where our mayor is constantly reminding us that white people have to pay black people in the city reparations, a black tax, a reparations tax. So don't tell me that I'm projecting. I'm witnessing and observing your racist bullshit, your racist traitorship. It's all criminality, fraud, and taxation. Taxation is theft. I rest my case.
That's interesting. What he just
You're doing overgeneralizations. Okay, go ahead, girl.
Well, what he just said might slightly counter what I was about to say, which is position in American society. Get people to follow them. They wouldn't use rhetoric like, I am doing this for the Asian people or for the white people. That would be a quick way to not be, not get to that position, right? The rhetoric is always, they are doing their, if you elect me, if you vote for me, I will do what's best for all the people. And the point here is that there's a strategy to getting to that top leadership position. There's a sort of way that you maneuver into it. And there are ways that you convey certain messages. An Asian person can do that. Leadership positions is they know how to play the game in a way. So if white people have been doing this, and the vast majority of high-level, powerful, and influential positions in American society are occupied by white Americans, they've been left mostly unchallenged in these positions that usually multiple people would be vying for. So I do think that, part of why I'm even what I'm really trying to do is to eradicate racism against Asians. And I figured that in order to do so, I would have to accomplish two big things, which wouldn't happen in my lifetime. But secondly, it's like what I just said, the more occupation of powerful positions in the country. And I a more or less perfect English accent, and
Grim, you're way off.
We get mocked. People say ching chong and pull the sides of their eyes.
Grim, your dad is way off.
Because there aren't enough of us to show them that we too can. Only 6 million South Asians in America. You would have judged.
Yo, Graham, I'm talking about all my high schoolers got more Muslims than fucking Pakistanis. Alright, is it Indians and the Indians?
I'm talking about the whole racism of the.
Are you specifically talking about like East Asians when you say like Asian American government, or does that apply all over the board?
No, it doesn't apply. So I have a simple, what I call the Asian test. It's very simple. If you 8 million Asians and 6 million Indians, 6 million South Asians, including Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, countries like that. 6 million of those.
Night King, would you make fun of these Chinese people with your nigger chicken loving lips?
No, I wouldn't, you fucking gook, fucking Italian drag queen looking dumb bitch. So him, like Pepe here is like a narcissist, fake Italian, fake Mexican, fake Chinese person sometimes too. I just gave you a new character. Take it. I actually grew up in a community next to Asians and stuff like that. So there's a predominantly like Hmong population, or just like our Asian community where I'm at.
No, but he's asking where this.
Shut up.
15 million out of 45 million population. 65 million Hispanics,
the population, right? And so before it's an ideology based on patriarchy, you actually specify, like, you know, East Asians and stuff like that.
Phenotypical.
Yeah.
And on surface appearance. And that's just because
so that qualifies
and other things too.
So,
you know, I would try to. Yeah, they have the right percentage.
So I thought you were in Chicago. To Laotians and Hmongs and Koreans and all that kind of stuff. And I'm an Asian arts practitioner.
Talked about time and time again how Chicago will continue takeovers. Chicago, we're free to move again. Let this be losing you up.
Step it out. No one's going anywhere. So what I'm saying is, I learned like a long time ago, like as a little kid, like to have like a lot of respect for, you know, different communities and stuff like that. And I actually have a lot of Asian friends. So the people that you're talking about that
fun of them and shit like that. I used to beat they ass. I used to kick they fucking ass. We used to kill them on the playground. Not literally, but like beat they fucking ass.
I get it. No, it's cool.
Graham, what you talking about?
Always be ready to survive.
This is your moment to grab free necklaces. Tap here now. Answer 2 quick questions.
It's a big beat. He said he beats them up.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. Give me a second.
He said he beats them up.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. Give me a second. So I know that your parents and whatnot, they have subtle.
No. He's from a good place. But
All right, hold on.
He's not from a good place. He's a Sikh.
All right, I don't think he's gonna.
Who's a Sikh?
I think I need to think he's gonna.
Who's a Sikh?
I think I need to remove him because
No, it's not.
my case while I have you guys here.
Why, Grandma? You a Sikh by any chance? No, not that.
No, I'm not.
Not that. Not that.
A Sikh, yeah,
So-
like
so-
him.
Look, I okay. Okay, so this is actually I wish Pepe could hear me. This is more for him, I think, than anyone. I came to America when I was 4 in 1994, and great environment of such freedom. I've become the kind of person that I have. Out bold, definitely sure that I wouldn't have turned out the way that I did. I would have been just another Korean guy among the crowd, nameless, just another nobody. But here, I was able to develop this personality and attitude that's larger than life, and it's thanks to America, here. My point is that I developed this way because I grew up here, and I'm Asian. So it's possible for more Asians to also be like me. So the point is that the biggest reason why, the biggest thing you'll get out of growing up in America is being as free of a human being that any society that we've seen yet could offer. Yourself lucky as hell. And for all of us, the rest of us who claw our way to, start a new life in America, good on you.
Peter, you're a legend.
Okay, we're all here, native born or immigrant. It's go time. It's competition. So the last words I let the best man win.
There's a bunch of things. So I think even when it's mostly white people, we still make racist jokes. Like, you see how I was talking? I mean, Knight knows me, knows I'm playing. I don't talk like that in a serious manner. But like, we all do kind of make fun of each other. That is like what men have always done. We make like race jokes towards each other, and that makes sense. And we just make fun of each other. It's like, I think, kind of normal. And whites do it amongst each other in terms of whatever. Some ethnicity, they are European descent, and I'd say it's kind of interesting because I went to a Catholic school. Now my elementary Catholic school, that was one of the churches that had a Korean mass. It had masses in Korean, and so we had Korean nuns and stuff. You had a few Korean kids, but I mean, my experience is you said you're of Korean descent. Koreans are perhaps the most westernized in a weird way than all of the other Asians. And for whatever reason, they don't see. You have little Korean towns, but it's like the old ladies and the old men from the old country. And that's like really all you see. The kids the first generation are almost completely assimilated. Unlike, it can be a little bit different with the Chinese. Some of them do assimilate, but often they're far more likely to remain in their little ethnic enclaves. And you would kind of see it. You saw it for a generation or two when it came to even the Vietnamese and Laotians and Cambodians and stuff. But yeah, it's weird. I don't really. Do you live in a place where there's even a Korean community? Or are you just one of the Koreans that, like the few that's sprinkled in amongst a bunch of other people?
Someone way earlier asked me, where in California am I from? I grew up in Santa Cruz as a kid, and then starting in middle school, sorry for huffing and puffing, I'm almost done with my workout. I moved to Monterey and did middle and high school there. But I'm over here in New York now. But anyway, where I grew up in Santa Cruz area, they were nice areas. And
no, I've been there. I've been to them.
But yeah, there were Korean.
I knew you were Northern Cali. I knew it. Would have bet my bank account on it.
But I mean, I'm just curious though. So you didn't pick up like the whites and yeah, so they lived in Valley Grove.
Yeah. More people will know about Pebble Beach, which is next to that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you won't play up there. Yeah. So you won't play up there.
Can I ask a question if you don't mind answering? How tall are you?
I'm 5'6".
5'6". All right. Well, I mean,
5'6" and a half, but of course I'll round down.
But I would say that with Asians, I think that the biggest problem with them is that women in the West have like Western standards for height and that kind of shit. Whereas height and that kind of shit. Whereas obviously the oh god.
Why are you telling them that, Bello?
You're from Monterey and all that. That changes the game for me. Dude, speaking from what I know about that area around San Francisco, from a perspective of like the American dream and education, it is probably one of like top 2 or 3 most competitive areas in the country for that kind of stuff. So I'm starting to kind of follow just geographically and culturally what part of California you're from, and kind of some of the stuff you're saying and why it's making more sense to me personally.
Yeah, and not bragging at all. It's like one of the best areas in California.
I'm aware. I went to University of Chicago, and we had a lot of kids. I hired a lot of kids from there actually. So one other thing though, man, that you're kind of saying, like you're giving your vision of like this room, your YouTube channel, this and that, and
it's like nails on a chalkboard. I've as far back as I can remember, I always detested it, and I always was so enraged by it. It's going to be part of my material, part of my content. That was my natural reaction. Therefore, I believe that is the correct reaction to have.
Respectfully, I feel like I don't want to be insensitive, but it just sounds like you're maybe hypersensitive, or you're trying to launch more of a public campaign on how it feels, which I can understand.
Generally though, from my life experience, what I meant. I've hardly seen any Black Americans get made fun of, saying like, "Oh, you're like Kalahari Bushman, click-clack language."
Like I called an African booty scratcher when I was a kid.
Like the Black Americans will make fun of us white people. Will make fun of Black people, and we will compare them to Africans and monkeys and apes. And what I think is kind of different about the Asian racism is at the end of the day, white people have a respect for Asians because they're hardworking, they tend to be intelligent, and there's no real bad quality. When it comes to black people, we criticize, we do it in both the maybe like friendly ways.
So for white Americans,
She's trying to talk over me. Shut the fuck up and let me finish my fucking point. But when it comes to black people, it can be like us just kind of making fun of something like, oh, they like, nothing too bad. And then you can go in straight into us. You dumb bitch.
You're not right. Stop coping.
Let me finish my fucking point, bitch.
You're brown than me. You're blacker than me.
You should be black ass.
You're a fucking nuts, bro. He's a nuts. Can he land?
Okay, let's let him. Right, let's let him finish, and then Bell can.
Cause he clapping his dick suckers like a little bitch.
Yeah. Go ahead and get those black booty cheeks pounded.
Shut the fuck up, bro. You're a tapeworm. Just let him land, y'all. We gonna got this shit smacked out of him, bro. You can finish, but just hurry up. We don't.
Okay, zip it, chimp. Now, all I'm trying to say is, will use the most belittling and like dehumanizing language to them, and then like when we end up doing it to black people, though, we can point out to how black people are doing all over the world. We literally compare them to monkeys and say how they're fucking stupid and they're born lesser than. Like, that is the difference, I think, between the racism blacks get and Asians get. Asians, we compare you to people from East Asia and go, ching chong, ha ha ha, like that kind of stuff. I get it. It's annoying, but
what he's saying is that the racism...
All right, can I go now? Because I've been listening for a while, and I've been patiently waiting. Thank you. I've been listening for a while. And Grim, we absolutely do not need to change the aesthetic of America to look like you. That would be very depressing. I don't want to look past a man who was 5'5".
Oh, man. Well, thanks for confirming the room and our theory about black supremacy. Thank you very much, Val.
I'm not around the kids no more. You see I'm triggered? Because this is me.
Can I finish speaking, Grim?
Yeah, let her have her say.
Okay, Grim. So absolutely not. I think you guys deserve your own enclave so that you guys can be our worker class. I do believe that you are our worker class that we need.
You're already doing better than whites. What are you talking about?
I know that, but you have to work.
We don't want you to take it. You should get your own enclave and be a worker
You
class.
have to work to do that. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them spending this years of their life slaving for the system.
Did you miss the...
Go ahead. Did I miss what?
Did you miss the part when I said that because for the majority of my life since I was 4 years old, I developed the personality that I have, the attitude that I have, the ambition, the worldview that I have, and had I grown up in Korea, I would definitely.
I mean, you probably would have been a fried chicken. You probably would have been a half African American, half Korean mutt baby from wars. There's a lot of different realities you could have landed in. We know that a lot of your Southern Korean women are easy licks, and unfortunately, a lot of Black American men population over there. So, I mean, I guess you missed by a little bit of a slingshot. But Grim, from listening to you for the last hour, I've been very patient. We actually don't need you here. I heard you try to pronounce a couple words and you can't really do it. It's really embarrassing because I heard you know what I'm talking about the Black American accent.
Okay, my response to you, look, this is my response. It's real quick and simple. Is even try and stop us.
You want to stop yourself. You're Korean Asians. Like, Chinese people do not.
They're class of Asians.
And the fact that
they're known for looking down on the Chinese.
And so, hold on. Because a lot of them over there got it. No matter how they got it, they got it.
They stole our fried chicken.
Hey, I want to. All right, here.
Cool. I have to lay it out on the line right here where y'all sit.
That was a nice little
Asian. Yeah. No, she's just a black American woman. She's regular. All I'm saying is, hold on. All I'm saying is, where they sit though, far as like the hierarchy of Asians, would be more closer to the top than the bottom. Especially him. You're South Korean.
They're at the top with the Japanese.
Hold on. We gotta get specifications. Grim, you're from a South Korean culture, right?
I'll tell you like this.
North Korean, hello?
I didn't come from the country you can't leave from.
So hold on.
I didn't come from the country you can't leave from.
Hold on. Wait, who came from where? My Hapkido teacher and my Taekwondo teacher was also from that. So you're actually in the more middle line. You're shit, man. You damn it.
Wait, so Night King, are you foreign? Wait, Night King, are you foreign? Wait, are you? Because he said.
Let's not forget what Val said here, which was incredibly racist. She said she wants you South Koreans to live in an enclave and to be the class. She doesn't like you, and she wants you to serve, and you have to live separately. She believes in Jim Crow laws and slavery servitude to serve her. You heard it, I heard it, and I didn't know black supremacy was a thing.
Those Thai lady boys look better than black women, though.
Let me tell you context.
Now I need to
say some shit. I got you. I'm gonna pass it right now. Lady boys are more attractive than women.
Thai lady boys are more attractive than black women.
A shitter leg. You know what that is? Just
black women look like linebackers. I don't need to do that.
White boys are afraid. That's why you don't get picked for
ordering. I got my final response.
You know that Grim is 5'4"?
He's 5'4". You're the 5'4". Laws ended in we actually were closer in culture, working together, right? Fighting together when it come to war, and all sorts of other shit. So that's why you can see what you mentioned, right? With the fried chicken recipe and all that.
The reason why is because they were afraid that the white troops would end up shooting the blacks. That's actual fact. Yeah, we know this. It's well admitted.
You don't know it.
I'm trying to say, because we didn't always fight together. I mean, let's just be real.
Aren't you from Corsica?
No, I was born here.
Stop lying there. You said you were.
No, it was a troll.
He's
actually from there. We know that thing. No, I know.
You were born in Corsica. Why are you lying?
I don't even speak French. You're like, what the fuck?
You're from Corsica, my dude.
You don't speak French.
Stop your fucking lies.
Let Grim pay because he did have a word.
You look like a light-skinned fucking woman. What are you talking about?
I got this great speech I kind of put together in my mind. I don't know if it'll come out right, but if you'll allow me, maybe it'll be a few minutes. I don't know. Okay, so the first thing I would say to you, Bill, is we're not going to stop coming. We're going to keep trying to come. And Alright, so
report them out.
Keep on coming.
For you to tell me what's coming for your whole ass. For you to tell me that me and my people should stop coming here and should go back, that actually causes the opposite of what you want. You know, by hearing that, I want to defy you even more. And let's see. Let me say one more thing. You know, I don't know how much you know about Korean history, but we are a proud people with a long, noble history. A history filled with royalty, nobility, kingdoms, kings.
You ain't come from none of that.
And fast forward to, I'm full-blooded Korean.
Yeah, but you came from a bunch of nappy-headed ancestors that were literally fucking spears and so all fucking people. That's what the fuck you were. That's the kind of royalty you come from, so shut the fuck up. You fucking nappy-headed half-chimp, fucking hybrid, shut the fuck up.
I know y'all like lady boys.
Oh yeah, because they love this lady boys. That's why they
love trying to stick up for the Asian dude, just so you could get some Asian pum pum.
You know, you know I was back here loading up the rocket launcher, right? So let me let you know something. Those are only certain Asians and certain Koreans, right? There's some that's been decimated. The culture, right? Yeah, hold on.
I don't give a fuck none of that.
Hold on. We can't look. We can't overlook because contextually,
them
right?
niggas wearing makeup and shit now. Nobody cares.
Shit do matter. Yeah, the men too. That's true. And that's
they wear makeup. I don't want to hear about them. I don't give a fuck.
Hold on. But you roll with them. So you gotta hear
because we here to talk about black supremacy.
Yeah.
Not white, not Asian supremacy.
Hold on.
Asians are superior. Asians are superior to your black monkey ass. That's the problem.
I'm the mud dictator, but look, Grim, how do you feel about just
I was trying to say that.
Okay, but which group of men has the highest participation rate in the LGBTQ community? Literally black.
Talk.
But gay.
Right.
Go ahead, girl. You want to?
Bless all folks.
Go ahead. Let this nappy-headed sister speak.
Yeah. Actually, just a spear chucker war. And if we were to compare kingdoms and kings and nobility from large, and then he'll have to serve her. Like we've done this argument, we've proven our hypothesis. Congratulations, Grim.
Right before
He's a recent convert. He didn't cook.
He still cooked you. He still embarrassed you. He embarrassed you. Like you had an IEP for a teacher. You had no sauce and
his DNA. That's why.
Yo, Grim.
That's that caveman shit.
So yeah, like I said, it's a little disingenuous, man, for you to trip over those stereotypes. Like I said, when you are respected, at the same time, if you find a black person dating an Asian person, right, the black family is not going to ostracize or Asian people are leaving their families if they end up with a black man or a black woman and what. So at the same time, you're mad. Westernized Asian women, these women, because of the racism, they see you guys as weak, as docile. And like I said, that's cultural because you guys are not on like the independent vibe. You guys think more as a unison. And so I see a lot of Asian men, they're turning into incels because they feel like the women don't want them because in the Western world, the women, they want audacity, they want a leader, they want someone that's outspoken. You know what I mean? They want someone that's innovative, right? And so in the Asian culture, you really find that. Why? Because you guys are more so following the blueprint.
But I think it's really true though, because like what women want, and this is where I'm going to be realistic and compare the Asian men to white men. I won't compare them to blacks because that would be mean. But you know, women do heavily.
They don't want you. You're saying. Wait, I just wanted to ask you a question. So you said women have the best pussy. What about white women? White women aren't good enough for you anymore? Have they expired?
Yeah.
Are white women out of style?
I love white women.
Actually, yes, they have expired, and I don't really respect white women. I think that like just because they were existing in the false reality that white men have created, and they were just tagging along, and they were more so buying.
So you blame white women because of white men? What?
You gotta shut the fuck up, John Kitover.
Hold on. And just for so long, they weren't thinking for themselves. I don't find them attractive anymore. I'm sorry, I don't find white women attractive.
Well, at least you can admit that you don't find them attractive.
I forget what I was gonna say because that guy butted in.
Attack that.
But that guy butted in. But I was gonna have a question. Who was saying what right before that?
Whoa.
I don't know.
Whoa.
Yeah, let's just move this conversation forward. Let's not go back to things Pepe can't even remember.
But anyway, like I said, Phil, we're gonna keep coming and try. Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna try? We're reading with.
I remember what I was gonna say.
Nobody cares, Pepe. Shut up.
I remember what I was gonna say. That guy was saying how or Della was saying how there's all of these traits that like white Western men, I don't know what he was referring to, have their different in comparison to Asians that women find attractive. But in reality, though, what women also find attractive is like when it comes to like marriage material, it's like stability, financial security. Of course, like if you want a woman that's retarded, but maybe she's educated herself, you're gonna care like okay, well, like how intelligent are you? What did you achieve academically? And of course, their income and all of it. And you're gonna have a level of stability, and I guess like you're gonna have the things that make you suitable for marriage that they'll have in comparison to white men at a higher degree.
Yeah, it would be. Look, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't follow up with another addition to that list. So there are, among the Asian population, there are Chad-looking, masculine, good-looking, handsome Asian men. They're just not promoted. They're not shown in the media enough. And so we've been, for the longest time, we've been stuck with this stereotypical image of Asian men as being, weak.
If I was to go to San Francisco, for example, or just the Bay Area in general, and look at and encounter every Asian male I saw, the amount of Asian males we would see from a Western white male's perspective that would have like an athletic, large.
Oh, you're rambling. They're all spread out. They're all spread out.
Right. Shut your fucking mouth.
Reading with you.
Okay, go get your chocolate cheeks clapped. Okay, cupcake.
Reading with you like you would not.
Nobody's talking about you. I'm not talking about us mating with them. What the fuck are you talking about?
I want to.
We're talking about. No, hold on. He made the claim. Shut up, you fucking pussy.
You're a queer.
Okay, so with Grim, trying to get back to what Grim was saying, because like this is we're getting derailed so much over these petty insults. Now, when it comes to all right, he can't stop himself. Now, when it comes to Asian males, as I was saying, Grim, like if you were to go around the San Francisco Bay Area and you were to encounter, and you were to like take a note on every Asian male you saw, you're going to encounter far more white people. Shut your fucking mouth. You're going to encounter far more people. Like, shut, dude. You're going to have to do something with this idiot. He's not letting you're not letting the conversation happen.
You seemed hesitant to say, so I said it before you.
Monkey chimp, shut up.
I was saying the vast majority of those Asian men are butt ugly, is what you're.
No. I didn't say no. I didn't say ugly. What I was gonna say. Okay, but no, shut the fuck up.
Voices. All of you have high pitched voices. Put muscle on this nigger. But you all have high pitched voices.
All right, dude, he's just trolling them. Like I can't talk while he's talking. He's not even staying on topic. This is fucking retarded.
That effeminate that you don't have.
Okay, we're talking about. Let me fucking low-life nigger. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, I want to hear this since I got it wrong. What is it?
Sure. So if you were to look at, for example, all the Asians you encounter in the Bay Area and all the whites, that you could probably count on, you make a very short list of the number of Asians you saw that would have like a big, athletic, imposing figure. But you would see men, even white men that don't work out. The same goes with black men. We're roughly comparable in size, and you would see there is like on average there is this real difference between Asians and for example sub-Saharan West Africans and whites, and so and that is, I think that's what holds. I think that is one of the selection biases that Western women have, and unfortunately even some Asian women. But it's not necessarily because of like the facial symmetry or the behavior, or because you guys aren't good enough. But most, if you're looking for somebody who's like marriage material, generally Asians are outbeat us whites.
But that's not why Asian women go for whites. When you actually talk to them, because I actually get this from them, it's really because they think y'all are rich. They think you have, you're going to give them access to wealth and resources. And sometimes
incomes than us.
You have higher incomes than Jews and Asians, other wealthy people.
The highest marriage earners in the United States, on average, are fucking Asians. What are you talking about?
That doesn't mean anything.
Jesus. No, but like even Southeast Asians, like the Vietnamese, that did not.
Asian women like white men. We know that.
Yeah, we know that. And so, Pippin, what you're missing is none of that matters. Grim, like, let's say Grim makes $500,000 a year, right? But he's saying because of the stereotypes, and he's also blaming the racism, which I don't think that's fair. He's saying that even his own women, right, are choosing the black and the white man over him.
Well, they overwhelmingly choose white men. I don't know if they choose black men.
No, they're going
They are.
Now they're going black. They're going black, and they are noticing this. And even if you go to Instagram, right, and you see these black and Asian couples, you go into the comments.
He's shitting his pants.
The Asian men are doing the same thing that the white men used to do when they see black and white. They're like, oh my God, mud shark. Oh, you're messing up the bloodline. They're turning into the incels.
Well, why shouldn't they be allowed to do that?
I mean, do what you want. What I'm saying is you're missing this part is that the Asian...
You police them. That's not... It's not your daughter.
That's why I'm trying to improve the image of Asian.
Yes, the Asian woman in the West, and even now going into Asia, because they're choosing the white and the black man.
Well, no, first of all, I can look at the interracial marriage data, which doesn't show necessarily who's fucking, but the vast majority of interracial marriages, we can see who's marrying who, and the white women, the Asian women, I don't even know if it registers as 1% are marrying black men, but they are marrying white men.
So what about white women outnumber the Asian men? That was true in the early 2000s, but now what you find?
No, this came out like 2 months ago. The latest data on that. White women are actually now. This latest data shows that white women are actually the most race loyal.
All right. No, they are not.
You just take over the stage for a bit. So to the black men on the stage, right? And then you only have one Asian in the room. And he's quiet. Like, are y'all not embarrassed by how y'all act?
Yeah, I gotta get one fingers in front of an Asian. That's kind of ironic.
What are y'all over here talking about? No, they date us too. They date us too. Put us in the category. I just always like to sit back and listen to black men when they're trying to include them in another person's racial category so bad. I think the stats show very clearly that overwhelmingly Asian women are dating white men. They're not overwhelmingly.
No, I think the majority of them still date Asian. I think the majority is still Asian.
What are you arguing about over here? No, they date us too. They date us too. Shut up. Like there's Asian men that date black women. the numbers don't. It still doesn't add up.
You know what?
Let's make something else up, though.
It's not a fucking.
No, but I think we should make something else up. There's one group of women that do worse. So if we flip the categories, so when it comes to dating, and that is black women. In fact, they have less prospects than at least.
That's never been my reality. I think
that's fine. So,
I don't know. It's like, yo, I hear this. Like, hold on. I hear a lot of this rhetoric.
No, that the data has shown that. There's actually been several, and when it comes to the dating app companies, they literally have been trying to come up with strategies in order to make the experiences better for black women on there. It's more than real.
Listen, I heard you. And I know that's what the stats say. It is usually black women are least likely to date out. They just are.
No, they're least liked by everybody.
They're least likely to date out of their race.
No, white women are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
White women on average are fucking these other groups of men.
You guys are very race loyal. I'll give you that. You guys are very race loyal. White women barely out-edge. White women barely out-edge black women.
You can't. Yes. You can actually go to certain.
The latest statistics show that.
If you go into the room, you can literally see the dynamic of so many biracial fucking mutt kids from black men and white women.
So
like it's a fucking epidemic in certain parts of the country.
Epidemic?
Yes. So this whole notion of white women are so race loyal. White women are not race loyal.
Where I'm from, look, it's motherfuckers that get out of jail and just go to a white woman and shit like that. Overwhelmingly, you can see it's like even with the immigration couples and shit like that, it's a black man and a white woman.
Where I live at, it's like that. Yeah, where I live at, it's like that.
It's that couple and shit like that. You will have to actually know where them polls are at to vote. And I don't think people is just online searching for these polls and shit and saying hey, I'm a motherfucking goddamn, a white woman dating a black man. You don't see them doing all of that shit.
Okay, but this is also where the dating apps start to become very, they start to become very crucial because, of course, the people that I think Match.com now.
Hold on.
You're a fucking loser on dating. No, you're stupid. You're stupid. Low IQ 8. Shut the fuck up. You fucking swine. You low IQ fucking monkey. Go back to wearing a bowl in your fucking lip and doing something useful, like jerking off into a chimp's mouth and chucking a spear at I don't know, the chimp afterwards. I don't know. That's jerking off. This is low IQ chimp energy. Shut your low IQ baboon mouth.
You're jacking off.
You are dirty.
You're exposing yourself.
I don't give a fuck. I know, just shut the fuck up and let people talk.
You speak.
You like to, you just disrupt me whenever I speak, because that's what you do. You have nothing intelligent to say. But when it comes to these dating apps,
you have a speaker.
Okay, they do absolutely. They want everybody to see. You just don't shut up while I'm talking. That's all you can do, because you can't say anything intelligent.
You whine like a little bitch.
And you are a little bitch, faggot. Now bend over and spread those chocolate cheeks.
Gay ass.
You want to eat raised by some white meat.
Gay ass shit.
Fucking butt talks. That's what you have.
I know it's a lot of gay.
Shake that booty, nigga.
You have to calm down. We're on Clubhouse.
That's fucking so.
Yeah, you gay ass nigga. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Grim, is this how the Asian community is? How y'all get down?
But no, they don't have niggas in their community. That's the unfortunate part, dude.
This is the Asian room. This is Grim's room.
Yeah, but then a bunch of niggas came in here and fucked it up, didn't they?
Nah.
Yeah, that's what everywhere you guys go, you fuck it up.
I've been in here listening very quietly for almost an hour before I was.
But when it comes to the dating apps, Match.com owns most of these apps now. Like OkCupid, Tinder, all of these it's basically under one conglomerate. They have, and this has been released. They do have. Basically, they get together and they try to find how can we make the app more positive for black women. They do have this consistent problem with Latinos, whites, Asians, everybody not liking black women. Yes, I'm sure there's a few that men like. Amazing.
Yeah,
that is where they get discriminated against. And the reason why, you can say that's not real life or that's not marriage, but that show, when people can see that nobody is looking, it doesn't matter as a black woman. It doesn't matter as a black woman.
Okay.
Let me finish.
What are you finishing?
Let me finish.
Shut the fuck up for a second.
Let me finish.
Damn, nigga.
No, let me finish, you dumb bitch. Let me finish.
Fucking mic down.
No, I'm going to finish. I have one sentence to finish. All you have to do is shut the fuck up for one minute.
You got a husband. There's no way women.
Now, when it comes to
this shit, he's the woman in the
yeah, when it comes to shut it. You fucking okay. You queer Negro. Shut the fuck up. So
that was sweet.
Yeah, so when people are swiping, they think privately, and nobody can tell who they're attracted to, like on an app. They're not swiping on black women. That's just a fact.
Wait, but Pepe.
Okay,
hold on, Bill. Watch this. How much on the national average of the population is actually on dating apps, right? Right? And so the data that I got.
And how many black women are on? It's not a lot.
It's roughly 18 to 20%.
It's a lot of men
real life.
can't go outside on that app.
Yeah, but these are 18 to 23% when you just only the single population is a pretty big chunk population.
No, it ain't. In comparison to like real world data, right?
18 to 23? Are you saying that is a huge fucking sample size?
Most of them men. Can you add that in there?
Yeah, a lot of them are men. And
yes, and they're trying, and they were seeing that men in general. Okay, even your own men, this is the funny part, even black men, okay, like white and Asian women and Hispanic women more than they like black women. Every race of men likes other women besides black women.
Okay,
that is a fucking fact. So
let me say this, right? I have that fucking problem. This is why I believe a lot of those stats of black women that are actually on these apps. I've never had a problem with an Asian, a black, Hispanic man coming towards me and date me or spend money on me or do whatever with me. Never had the problem. So, I've never had the problem. And if I went on Hinge, how many white men in my area wanted to date me, and I live in a very nice area, you'll be surprised, Pepe, because y'all push these stereotypes, and I think a lot of this stuff is to deter black women from wanting to date out. You know, like, I don't know, it's kind of weird where y'all come from this place, but
yeah, because you guys end up at the end of the day, you guys end up having bigger children at the end of the day.
Calm down. So when you look
okay, linebacker, go ahead, my bad.
Oh my God.
See, Val, what you don't understand is these gentlemen are actually statisticians, and they're all just arguing and debating sticks. And I don't think you have actually done any statistical research like Dr. Pepe here, who is a bona fide and certified statistician. Thank you very little. I am complete.
What the fuck? Anyways, most of these apps are dominated by men. So first off, men are getting actual dates off these apps on average any fucking way.
What does that even mean, not getting dates on average? I'm very confused. What are you trying to say? What's your point? Are you offering different sample sizes? Are you a statistician? Do you have a point? Is this just personal?
These niggas are fucking lonely as shit. They're not getting no date. They're like you. They're just like you. And that fucking PTR looking lonely as shit.
It is a lot of women.
At night. That's what they look like.
It is a lot of women.
Guess
what?
Well, here we are all together, lonely on a conference call app. Val, are you projecting? You could be projecting, Val. Val, try to record yourself or listen to the replays and then think about yourself and say, was I projecting? Or was I statistically accurate? It's something to consider, Val.
fucking bunch of bitches banging these white women that don't get selected.
Kendo is a Night King is
You interracial dating, right?
the raging alcohol.
Hold on.
Most
Yeah,
men
you
on
are too.
these apps
You're
are
a
not
racial
in
retard.
the
But guess
It
what?
doesn't matter if they get a date. The app is monitoring who they swipe right on. Okay, so whether or not they get dates, they swipe. They do not like to swipe on black women. That's what you don't like. That's what you don't like. You guys are the least desired women in the fucking country. And perhaps the world. That is the truth.
It's so stupid. Listen, this is Pepe at his finest. Let's be honest. See, what Pepe is saying is not controversial, and in fact, it's the consensus. But some people just don't like the truth because the truth hurts. And I didn't know black supremacy was a thing here on Clubhouse until I heard Val say that she thinks all Asians ought to live in a conclave. And in that conclave, they should be worker bees for her. Val is actually a black supremacist. And any man that swipes right on her on Hinge or Bumble will live to regret it. I am complete. Thank you all very little.
Constantly online, every day. There's only one women. Asian women are on Hinge bitching about, we can't get mad. You don't see Hispanic women saying, square back the linebacker bitches. Okay, yeah, with their fucking glue-on weaves. About how they can't get any goddamn dates. They can't get women. We deserve to soft life. Where's my nigga? Where's my nigga that got paid for me for being a loudmouth ghetto bitch? That's all you guys do. To chip out. Yeah, I'm having to chip out. I'm having a loud mic. I'm having to do all of that shit. Because you guys are chipping out. You big bad bitch. You have nothing but a beef part. For fucking butt. That's all you fucking got. You fucking faggot. You darts in that fucking dartboard all day too, don't you?
Laughter. That's my amusement.
How amused you are. I just think it's funny to talk over you because you're chipping out.
You are a mixed race baby.
I'm not mixed race, you stupid bitch. I'm 100% European.
Never be white.
I'm 100% European.
You're way darker than me.
I'm darker than you. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're way darker. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm darker than her. Oh,
okay, you're really dark. You're darker than me also.
Your complexion is a little darker.
Oh, sure.
I think you tan too much. Stay out the fucking sunbed, idiot.
Oh, amazing.
Like a fucking.
Wait. Let's let Grim get back in here. Grim, what do you think about these data statistics and all of that kind of shit? Or he looks like a rotten tomato.
Put your picture up, you dirty nigger.
When you guys were clamoring for like a solid,
I'll steal your right. Oh, you don't have one. You like leaderboard.
That scene in the movie where the guy's starting to hear voices in his head. That's Bruce Almighty.
So why do you want to come to this country and this is how we act? Like this is every day in America, you know? We're chaotic, we're scared.
Yeah, why would you want to take this over?
You want to come over here with us with the rednecks?
And then you
What a legacy.
I want to know, like.
Exactly what you just demonstrated is exactly why. Because once all the dust settles, I feel that we can come to a much better resolution this way than to be in a country where they oppress the people freedom of speech.
I mean, okay, so
No.
that ain't gonna work. And then earlier, you was like talking about like
to have this this chaos than to have control from above.
Speak more to that. Yeah, speak more to that.
There's nothing to say. 3 words: freedom of speech.
Okay.
Something that China
Is
doesn't
that, you
have.
think that's an absolute?
I just found out the UK doesn't even have it. People are getting arrested and put in jail for social media posts.
Absolutely. You can go to jail for cussing in Trinidad. So, like, the places.
This is how a human ought to be.
Okay, so you think in a country
American. In fact, I'm disappointed. The Chinatowns, I'm shaking my head at them. I'm shaking my head at them.
No. What you not finna do? You not finna attack the Chinatowns that got that good karaoke and shit like that. I'll fuck you up over them Chinatowns, man.
But, hey, I'll tell you, one way to look at it. Every
don't build that shit too, man.
You get immigrants this way. Every immigrant is a little invader, you know, a conqueror of sorts. Everyone comes to this country to carve out their little slice of the pie.
And you know what? Hold on. When they tried to carve out their little slice of pie when China tried to actually establish an Asian town where I'm at, shit like that, and they wanted all the Koreans, all the Filipinos, all that, their own little project community and shit like that. You want to know what stopped them? Legislation. So how the fuck you think you finna conquer that?
Right, and group, you're paying taxes to us, so what if you actually conquered?
Owning property, owning our own home, you know, staking
Well, a
out
lot
our own.
we've done it already.
Yeah,
I'm gonna cut you off, but we've done it already.
There's actually foundation. There's FBA Asians. Foundational Asians. Yes. No. And we can look up the motherfucking goddamn data and see that some of those families are. I actually know some that's actually in Oklahoma. They stay by the reses and shit like that. And they some cool motherfuckers. They grow weed and shit like that. But guess what? When they try to push their legislation and fight for power and shit like that, D9. And those are people that probably was fucking 10 generations strong. What the fuck you think you finna do?
So wait, Grim, do you know the Wynn family? The Wynn family, you know it? I'm asking because there's a lot of Wynns where I'm at in my area.
Oh yeah.
A bunch of Vietnamese.
The Vietnamese. Those are closely related to the Liu family, which is actually fucking a foundational Asian family that I'm speaking of.
No.
See, you ain't got enough data to actually accomplish what the fuck you trying to do.
Well,
These are Vietnamese.
Yeah, these are Vietnamese, and they've been here for a while.
What I can tell you is, look, with the 15 million Asian population, we're a long ways to go to be able to get to the types of numbers of that Black, Hispanic, and white people have.
So hold on. Who's your blueprint?
It's not going to happen in our lifetimes.
Yeah, who's your blueprint? Who's your blueprint, though?
Who is my blueprint? What do you mean? Who?
From when you're studying at how shit go, watch this, and you know, like whenever the lines of legislation, establishment, and all the above, who do you look at? Different though.
In the first place.
Get to the minutia.
You don't have to answer that. You have to answer it.
Yes, you do. Hold on. Who did you just say? Who did you just say?
Abraham Lincoln. Why? Someone told you that?
Yeah. You're not my race. I'm not gonna judge you for it. I'm just like curious.
Yeah, he more mine.
Basically, I don't know whether or not this person's
race mixer.
All right, stop.
You are
race mixer too.
Yeah, that's why it was funny.
But I'm just, okay, hold on, guys. Guys, I'm asking in the car. Okay. I'm asking the question.
Don't stop me from my battle.
I'm just trying to. I question. I'm waiting for him to answer.
A question too. And guess what? You answer for him.
Okay, hold on. That's
No, I'm asking it. No. I asked him a question. I don't need you.
Do you have a black child, David?
Nike, what race is your daughter?
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
Quiet.
As a daughter.
I asked him a fucking question. You fucking spurg. Shut up.
She's black and in college.
So what?
Wow.
Grim, do you have a...
And you sleep in the other room. You don't even sleep with your wife.
Oh.
Hey, Grim. You sleep in the next room.
Knock that bottom out tonight.
Yeah, but you sleep in the car. Go ahead.
That's fine.
You
That's
like
fine.
black women over there. You like mine. You like black women.
Yeah, you gotta take some time.
No. He didn't even get to answer the questions. You guys are surging out. Shut the fuck up and let him answer the question.
Hey, Jack Sean don't like that.
The darkies are...
Okay. See, stupid goddamn autists don't know how to shut the fuck up. Just let him answer the fucking question. I will leave as soon as I'm done. As soon as he answers the question, I'll leave. Holy shit!
He's the black kid.
But shit, why are you spiraling, bro?
So Grim, did you say, do you have one, or is that a rumor?
Yes.
Okay, you do.
That's rich.
So Pepe.
Oh, that was rich. That was
Yeah,
rich.
what the fuck? Look at you. You are satisfied. No, get back here.
A doctor undesirable.
Why are you practicing Kung Fu back there?
His baby mama's a Shaniqua.
Yeah, he eats
You know how to kick the silly ground?
collard greens and shit.
I don't give a fuck. Look, my neighbors, you know, years ago, they had a white father, black mother, really nice kids, and they turned out good looking.
Pepe, you
You know?
sound like a hater. Do you like
No,
black
I'm not
women,
hating.
Pepe? 'Cause
I don't need
black men.
Yeah, I think you be hating on black women because we don't.
Everybody knows this. Everybody's known this for years. We are each other's back, and we absolutely will tap anybody who attacks one of us. And so I personally, she's vicious, so I don't tell her when people insult me, so I love the biggery. Yeah, I almost always avoid that. So I don't. Everybody knows I'm looking and have been with a black woman on this app. I'm just curious if you are also like have been with a black woman, or is that too personal?
I've been with black, white, Mexican, Asian.
All of you get more pussy down, Graham. Talk your shit.
Yeah, see, you smashed the rainbow, bro.
But yeah, one late night, was it a couple nights ago? I forget. Yeah, I had a drawn out conversation where
Fuck the black chick.
I told the room that
You fucked the black chick.
Okay, shut up and let him speak, guys. He's telling us about the women he's sick with. Shut the fuck up, you monkeys.
I was engaged to a black woman. Jesus.
I have twin fraternal daughters, and they're half black.
Your wife's not.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, wait, well, it's not you. That white dog.
There you go. So these ladies, actually a woman on the staff was her name was Jessica, and she had a black husband. Yeah, I say had. He was killed serving our country. She has I believe two boys with him, and no, it happens, and you know she's a good.
Yeah, she got some good type.
And she was obviously not with the Tyrone.
Shallow, too.
She was with them, and actually,
You know about that?
He was an officer, and so which obviously there's a lot of shut your fucking filthy autist mouth. Yeah, he was an officer, which obviously there's a lot of filtering that goes through that. Like you can't just be.
I got a horse dick. It's the size of my wrist.
No, you don't. You fucking.
Yeah, it's 9 and 3.
You tiny beta bitch. Shut the fuck up.
I'm a huge fucking.
Wait, but why are you telling me?
I honestly wish my dick was
Why are you telling? I just got on Pepe old feminine ass about that. Why are you telling me that? Is that how you engage with each other? He's partially gay too.
I don't care.
No.
If he's from Cali, I can see that.
Bonobo, he's a sassy bottom bitch. bitch. He's just trying to show his power from the bottom. That's all he wants to do.
I'm not your
Yeah, I know you're not my type, because I'm never desperate enough to
I'm not your type.
black box. Shut the fuck up, faggot.
Entertain Deshaun. That's Deshaun that moves on that team. Entertain Deshaun.
Okay, well, all right.
Wait, I said I fucked my wife with my big dick. How am I on that team? I said my wife's 4'9" and
Shit, you packed them up. What you gotta ask real, Rich?
Oh, Pepe always crash out leaves.
Oh shit. Well, Grim, okay. I just want to dial back to an earlier point because I think you did a little bit of Germanic conflation, as I'll call it, right? When it comes to what you consider racist. Yeah. With some racist points and markers that you were saying, I think what you were trying to do is equate hard racism to hard banter. And that's not the same thing. Hard banter, right, has no actual economic effect and doesn't limit your progress. As you can see, I'm using Samsung headphones. Shout out to you. Hey man, look, all the shit that they create, I don't think
Apple was invented by a Jew. Just remember that.
All right, that's cool.
Steve Wozniak.
Yeah, but they lose in the same song. But
yeah,
all I'm saying, they lose. Speaker wise, here. Man, low level.
Somebody bring Shot. Shot is simple.
He keeps coming, and he keeps coming, and he keeps coming, and he keeps coming. And he lifts weights, and he does squats, and he debates you mediocre debaters, and he keeps coming. And then he creates another room, and he starts lifting some more weights, and he starts doing some more squats, and he starts jogging around the track, and he's still talking to you degenerates. And he keeps coming. And he keeps coming. And he keeps coming. He wins in your terrible supremacy over and over. And he will keep coming. And he will keep coming. And you degenerates will, if I am complete.
And if you campaign and sound like that, you don't relate to the people in your area that sound like hillbillies and whitewash and all that kind of shit. That's why you didn't win the election. So
You show them kids, you show them kids sleep because you a little loud.
Oh, I mean, he's ready, bro. Yeah,
Kevin's grown.
They don't wake up all that damn noise you make.
Baby girl.
What way did you say that? I didn't catch it.
Well, it's not my opinion. It's actually the United States categorical opinion. Don't listen to that retard because he's new to this country. So let's just break this down, right? Okay. So you're from Korea, right? And there's two Koreas, right? One is an ally.
I think it's from America.
He's already specified. One is an ally. One is an enemy. One has a hierarchy, right? That has been established in the global trade market and shit.
We get it. There's a hierarchy. You fail to understand that Grim is going to keep coming. Grim is going to fight you in your supremacist ways. You think you should serve him? Grim is going to keep coming. He will not stop. Your opinions, your arguments, you're making no points, and it's a total waste of time.
He want to do this. This is what he does. Or do I have to make it a little bit cooler? Because I don't want to give you I just want you to recognize where you see that and hierarchy. No difference, right? Because they're all prisoners. Anybody that had with the Singaporeans,
why do they show with little fucking corn dogs and shit?
And then begins a right. And I'm saying, look.
But I can't take listening to this. This is so stupid. Good night, y'all.
So the point is this: what you're saying is very empty, like you said, platitudes. But there's no data resource. No
The reason why you feel like they're not competing with you is because you have a gap in perception. So there's two classes of immigrants. You have the uneducated, the legal immigrants like my parents. The legal immigrants are educated. Both legal immigrants and illegal immigrants compete for American labor, and they have an effect on the job market. The reason why legal immigration is typically better is because you control the amount that comes in, and you're also controlling what industries you're going for. So normally, legal immigration is more strategic and it has the same type of bad outcomes as unregulated immigration that we saw in the last 4 years of the Biden administration. Now, even with legal immigration, Drew, this is economic. Drew, even with legal immigration, Drew, you don't need economics. Really, all you need to do is take economics, an intro course in economics undergrad the first year, and you're good. You don't even really need that. All you need to do is understand supply and demand because it is actually that simple. The more supply labor goes down. It doesn't matter what market you're talking about. Now, because the legal immigrants are coming in small numbers, and typically the State Department is picking up strategically, given their skill set. The amount of workplace disruption isn't that much, but they're still kind of lowering wages anyway, just because those illegal immigrants still are cheaper. They're educated, but they're still going at cheaper rates than an American would, even though they're educated. That's true. And I'm about to land in but I'm saying something that's, to be honest with you, I'm saying something that's kind of nuanced. Legal immigration is a net benefit. Illegal immigration is the biggest strain on the Black community ever believed. No, because the first thing that illegal immigration does is illegal immigration takes away funding from local programs. We're talking about programs that are paid by state property taxes. The property taxes in your city, they're not paid by the national government. What happens is that a lot of local resources are spent on people who've never paid into the system, and they end up going to the poorest neighborhoods. So all of the programs that are supposed to go to our own poor people, we end up robbing Peter to pay Paul, and that's all that's happening. And these are happening in Black communities. That's not true. Well, it happened in New York. It happened in New York. It happened in Chicago. New York and Chicago. There's a reason why Trump won the popular vote, and there's a reason why he won more minorities than ever before. Because what minorities have to deal with in the last election cycle were illegal immigrants being bused to their cities, and for some reason, I couldn't believe it. Black people didn't like after-school programs being shut down because migrants had to stay there. They didn't like it. Black single mothers didn't like the fact that a person just got here is getting guaranteed housing, and she still has to have 3 jobs to bring me by law in New York, they have to give them guarantee. Like you always. My thing is this. I don't have a problem disagreeing, but what you're saying isn't real. There isn't one thing that I've said. I'm about to be quiet for a long time. There isn't one thing that I've said in the last 15 minutes. There isn't one. No. Drew, run it dry, Drew. Wait. Let's see if it's possible. Drew, is there one thing that I've said in the last 2 minutes that's true? One thing.
Yeah, that undocumented people were being bused to major cities. Do you know why they were being bused to major cities? Because the governors of those or of the other states where they arrived from was controlling. And so they said, you can't say they were trafficked. You can't say it's like you can't say it's like I can appreciate this. But no,
future boss.
You're making this claim that somehow
it's wise not to call him out.
It's the spirit. I didn't say it was the spirit.
I'm calling
speaking to empty
Chicago a hellhole.
But you said it was a bunch of empty platitudes with no data to back it up.
What I'm saying is incredibly database. That's why
That's why I said that legal immigration is positive, but illegal immigration is mostly negative. Like, you're not even representing what I'm saying. I didn't even say that.
Yearly, somewhere around $100 billion in taxes. They largely do not benefit from. They pay into our taxes and get this. So now we get rid of them. We have to find a way to recoup those funds and find out where that money is coming from. So just on an economic
here what is here. If we had to, they're told you, it was 240 million people here. Now it's 350.
330 million people.
If all these motherfuckers weren't here, would we need as much taxes, Drew?
Yes. We
wouldn't even need as much housing. We have a housing crisis. Do you think if all them millions was back in their homeland, we would need all them damn homes?
Yes, we do. This is crazy. We still have people here who don't have houses.
Hold on, Drew, hold on 1 second.
So you must have a
Drew,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So Drew, I would like for you to answer his question. If we did not have, listen to the term, illegal aliens currently in the United States, and do you currently know the actual number? Do you know a number? What's the actual number you believe that is illegal in the U.S.?
It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
No, it's not. Hold on. I think we leave it at million. One second. So Drew, listen to you. You cannot say that when someone asks you a question, it's irrelevant because you're making a okay. All right, Drew. I want you to. Okay, I got it, Drew.
What is your educational background? If I may ask, what's your degree?
Okay, Drew.
Okay, that's
before I answer
do you guys want to let anybody else talk, or you guys just want to go back and forth a while?
I'm sorry, Scott. I'm pretty quiet. I'm sorry. I appreciate you.
So why don't we go to Scott? I just came off mic.
Right? Started speaking, Scott.
What's that?
I just heard you.
I think that Scott
wants to started speaking.
Yeah, I think he wants to stop it from being a phone booth because honestly, I don't think that this is going to go anywhere. I think that he's kind of set into where he wants to. You can do it.
NPC, I'm just trying to get a foundation, okay? Because what I did not hear from Drew is any responsibility to the ethnically Black American. He gave us no responsibility of the individual people. So I would like to ask again, okay? Could you please, Drew, tell me where do you believe that the Black community have been responsible outside of government for themselves?
In every facet, we've been responsible for ourselves. We raise families. We have education. We have a growing demographic of Black women, but also Black men as well. We start businesses. We are in industries, particularly in government industries, obviously, law enforcement, other parts of government, even postal working as well.
And do you want to move us all down and also just move everybody around and just keep the conversation with you guys?
I'm sorry. But the one thing is,
we can all just move down.
One mic.
What I'm saying is, I'm just gonna say this.
One mic.
There is no evidence.
One mic, you fat ass. One mic.
So there is no evidence that the Black have been responsible. There is evidence that human communities have been irresponsible and responsible in ways, but there is nothing unique about Black people being irresponsible. That is just not supported by any data whatsoever.
It's so interesting. I never said about being irresponsible, but you decided. I did not say that, Drew.
You said that. You said that.
John, Edward, can you move us all down and just leave these guys on, and you guys just talk, and we'll just go there.
That's okay. I gotta debunk some anti-vax stuff, but y'all be blessed. I appreciate Scott. Much love, respect to you. I apologize for.
So I don't know if you know the conversation. People who talk like this are anti-America and anti-white. Just giving you an explanation.
Scott, let me help you move this conversation forward. I just had a spicy main.
That's different. I'm going to say it over and over. The person that's responsible for all of us individually is you.
Would you like to share anything on your mind today, Howard? A different voice for the first time in 45 minutes?
No, certainly a very interesting conversation.
I love it. Hey, just elections. midterms, and then and then maybe things will change. Let's go to Aleister Crowley, which I think is really my man, John Kitover. John, tell me what's happening, buddy. Well, I had an incredible Colombian dinner with some incredible rotisserie chicken, plantains, potatoes, and then some thin crust cheese pizza and a spicy mango margarita. But anyways, this room is really cooking, Scott. I mean, I think if we look at the total statistics and analytics on the room, we're looking in the thousands of people that have touched down here. 10,000 plus! Well, it's really the hard work of NPC and all the Adderall that his psychiatrist, I believe, prescribes to him, because I would never, ever in my life be able to say as much as NPC can. NPC, you seem to know everything. And I gotta say, knowing everything must be quite a burden. To be able to have opinions on everything, to know everything, Jesus Christ, man, you really are just a brain full of knowledge. Such insightful opinion, NPC. Thank you so much for helping 10,000 people get enlightened today with your supreme wisdom. I am complete.
That's a buzz kill. That's a buzz killer. What is this guy talking about?
Has to fight at least what?
You're right, it is Autism Game TV.
All right, let me give you guys a little public service.
Look.
Summer, I'm gonna mute you for a second. I'm just gonna give you guys a little public service announcement. This is from the comedian Michelle Wolf. It's a critique of my party.
Republicans, love or hate Republicans, you got to admit, those guys are planners. They see a problem and they will chisel away at it until the swastika. They've been trying to overturn Roe v. Wade since it became a thing. They've been playing the short game, the long game, and they finally got it done. Now, Democrats also had a strategy to make sure Roe v. Wade wouldn't be overturned. And Democrats' strategy was, don't worry, it's not going to happen. Democrats' strategy is the same reason you need an abortion. You know what Democrats remind me of? Democrats remind me of that old guy who started Jurassic Park. Because I think we can all agree a dinosaur park is a fantastic idea. We would all love a dinosaur park. We would love that. But this guy didn't plan for anything. He wasn't like, what if there's a storm? On my dinosaur island in the middle of the ocean.
There you go, friends. It's a little public service announcement. My party is not one.
See, Scott, I kind of resent that as a Republican/Libertarian, because when I went to Springfield, Illinois to file for Congress, I saw African Americans there looking at me, and they're there because of the Republicans, because of the 1 million dead soldiers and the 2 million injured dead soldiers. So to make light of it and then to say, oh, they're Nazis and they want to stop women and doctors from murdering babies, I just got to say, you might want to go read your Bible and reconfirm with Christ Jesus just exactly what it is that you believe in. I am complete.
That could have you a few years ago. Okay, look at this. This died down. I'm gonna play one more clip from just to enlighten you guys.
I see online all the time too. It's like there's a lot of women out there that don't think they're good enough or smart enough or pretty enough, and I'm here to tell you that you are. Well, I'm here to tell you that you aren't. You're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not pretty enough, but do it anyway, you stupid idiot. What are you waiting for? What is good enough? Men asking themselves these questions. There's no firefighter standing outside of a building being like, today I'll be my best self.
flirty. Mine is I follow her on Facebook and Instagram and stuff. And she's doing shows all the time. She hasn't had a special in a while, but she's.
No, I mean like because that sounded like because remember she used to have her own show.
I didn't see Michelle Wolf's show. No, I didn't.
you never. I thought that was a clip or whatever from her show.
No, they just
Look at Los Angeles. How it is.
I much prefer. At least Sarah Silverman is something more attractive because really, like, she and Sarah Silverman are like in the same universe. But Sarah Silverman to me has more sex appeal than Michelle.
Yeah, I don't really care. I think her humor doesn't depend on her sex appeal for me.
Oh no, but neither of them are funny, so I'm just looking at what else they offer the universe.
I think they're both really funny.
I think really?
Yes.
No, you think Michelle Wolf is really funny?
Yes. I think a lot of her stuff.
I mean, Sarah Silverman, okay, they're there, but
we have different tastes. So you don't have to. It's okay.
No. Like I just genuinely. I don't tell you like
you think she's funny. I mean, yeah.
I've never met anyone.
Have you seen comedians that you think are funny that I know? People.
No, but I've never met a person who thought Michelle. I thought you were playing her ironically.
Well, you know what? There are lots of people that buy tickets and are fans. So NPC, it's shocking, right? But people are diverse, and they have really different tastes. And PB says she's funny. Down there in the chat, so it's shocking that we have different tastes.
NBC, do you think you're funny? Like, have you ever tried to do comedy, NBC, to make people laugh by doing voices or jokes or skits or singing? I mean, have you ever made anybody laugh? Hello?
I think you think you're funny.
It's just fucking annoying. I think Kitover is funny, but in a kind of impish. Sort of clown jester, like court jester.
That is annoying. Jesus Christ.
He's not annoying.
No, he has the voice of a person who sounds like they're trying to be funny.
Norm, you were uncharacteristically silent. I see you talking in the chat, but what is your Norm? You've been here basically all day. What is your assessment of this marathon 10,000 person room?
I think it's remarkable. I think we may be reassured that people actually want intelligent conversation and good content, no?
We're content creating machine here in this room. It's unbelievable.
I mean, is that normal to have 10,000 people come through? It's staggering to me.
Yeah, it's a little over. I mean, we've been here for 12 hours, 23 minutes, so 900 some people an hour coming through the room.
Scott, you guys might be some seniors or other seniors in this room, maybe Matt. There are laws of nature like motion and, laws. Do you think there's any laws of human behavior that you detect in Clubhouse that maybe you didn't detect in the real world prior to having so many conversations? Because honestly, I'm 40 stations in the public square in America. I've never seen it on the radio or television like this. And I'm talking vulgar, complete and total profanity, hate speech, etc. Behavior. Hello?
I mean, there's Muhammad Ali and Michael Jackson, so.
Yeah, sir, that's a pretty stupid insight.
I was interested earlier in the room. There was a talk about natural law, which I think is morality natural. I do think that is a fascinating topic.
I would say, with all due respect, your perspective is,
Perspective on what?
But, as somebody who understands, I think
the back door, and I think he's waving the white flag, Scott.
Violence, Scott. You're being.
David has had too much tequila. This 12-hour session has overwhelmed him. But back to, communication or human behavior.
With all due respect, you need to just calm down.
Yeah, so, Scott, the question that you're kind of floating over, I don't even think that question is that sort of question. I think that question is an interesting question. Like, intro to philosophy, that's an interesting question for 45 minutes,
philosophy. NPC.
We treat it like it's subjective. I mean, I know most people that are reflective would say it's subjective, but when I feel transgressed, right, I immediately shift in my temperament and disposition to as if you've done something we all know and was a violation, and it is transcendent and objective. Now, when we talk about it,
Leslie,
when it's not directly involving us or something we care about, I think we generally are more detached, and we realize the subjectivity and the contextuality of things. But when we're violated morally, people are not. It's not like, well, your preference is like pepperoni pizza is pineapple and that's the way it goes. I mean, we act like there's transcendent moral standards because otherwise we can't be incensed.
We can't even have. So you partially answer. You can't even have a stable society without objective morality.
No, it's actually subjective morality, which gives joy of the world.
Alistair, should they spend like a week in Springfield?
And never Springfield.
Well, NPC.
If inflation is increasing the money supply, I can explain that.
You know the answer is positive. With all very threats.
All right, well, you got that one correct. And, we're at 40 trillion paying $1 trillion a year in interest on a $40 trillion mortgage. If you were the president of America, what would your top 3 priorities be for we the people?
More printers to print more money.
I do everything in my power to make sure that the country whatever Trump is doing, I up that time slip because we need to just hit the wall, early. I'll pull us out of wars.
Well, let's just confirm so everybody heard what you said. You were the president. You would want to make sure the country failed. So destroy the country. You're a revolutionary. You believe in us. You're an anarchist.
I'm an accelerationist. So
Uh-oh!
that America's heading towards a brick wall. And I believe in hitting the gas as fast as possible so we can crash, look at the wreckage, call insurance, and get a new car. I'm waiting for the reset. I think things are going to get worse before they get better.
Alistair, can't we just continue to print more money?
No. What's up?
We can. You just say that I saw somebody at the bar the other day that had a t-shirt on in the back of it said, there is no political solution. And I would say it's the exact opposite of that t-shirt, that there only is political solutions. And politicians and bankers, they're going to have to work together to do, just if you can make debt with a pen, you can delete it with a wand, is essentially what I've come to the conclusion of. But NPC, I think that you should probably read the Tao Te Ching and realize that a great country is like cooking a small fish. You do too much, you ruin it. So the point is, as an accelerationist, as you've declared yourself to be, you're just a low IQ anarchist, and you should probably read more books, go to the gym, get a girlfriend, stop doing so much Adderall, and stop spending 12 hours a day debating every single person that comes into this room as if you know every single thing. But you didn't even spend 1 minute reading a book today.
I want your feedback for some reason. But I guess he was going to tell me something about talking and being on club like everybody else, but whatever.
Good. Come tell me.
Where did Alistair go?
I don't know who put him down. Somebody did. How many people up here?
So Scott, were you the one talking about the laws of nature and nature's God, or someone else? Each individual.
I think morality. There's tons of stuff. logically that I can't justify philosophically. See, it's the hobgoblin of the narrow mind.
Yeah, but
Republic to shame us for inefficient government.
Sorry, Norm always reminds me. I always hack that quote up.
So Scott, if I would say based on your foundational belief system, based on what you said,
Pretty emotional creature. I mean, I'd like to think that
God is intelligent, financially sound, and fire, bravery, and common sense.
are somewhat
The
inclined.
Mayoral Proclamation will reduce president taxes data on what
I
Johnson.
This is sort of a Nietzsche. I don't know how I make moral decisions. I mean, I could give you a story about how I make them, right? I could tell you a narrative about it, and it might correspond somewhat to what actually is, but I think we're all telling ourselves stories all the time to make ourselves be able to live with ourselves and live with, you know, the things we care about. So and oftentimes those stories are shaded at best, right? So I'd like to say I try to live.
By the way, do you believe in God?
I do. You could read the article from The Hill, which was published today. It's an article by William Becker, and he's a guy who's a decent political career. And, I don't know if he's ever been an elected official. He's been a Justice Department official in Wisconsin or something. And
you said that he started a war. Okay. Do you think that the President of the United States alone goes and starts war? And then the other thing is, you said he personally covered up the files. So could you please explain to me, based on your understanding, how did those things happen in our republic?
Look at it. Look what's going on in the world. Look at the gas. Look how many files you was in, even all the files that they uploaded and let you read. Look how many things you was involved in. Trump is the most corrupt person in Palm Beach County in America.
Okay, hold on. So you still did not give me based on what you said. No.
It's fact. It's online.
Gil, could you please, the President of the United States does not declare war in the United States, you know, correct?
Okay, I know who declares war? No. We have all these people who war. Look at us.
The president control of the military and democracy, brother, by design, so that they don't go starting wars.
Okay, no, I'm gonna ask you a question now.
Hang on. The president is the commander-in-chief. Have you ever heard that?
Yes, he's the commander-in-chief.
I see. So that's why he declares war.
Well, Norm, he doesn't. Technically, Congress is supposed to declare war. We've forgone that in the Constitution.
Congress is supposed to approve it, but the commander is...
No, Congress is supposed to declare it. Congress
okay, how many people are
Thank you, Scott. Listen, guys.
We haven't done that since World War II. I mean, it's just...
Exactly.
Because Congress doesn't want most... I think, especially after Iraq II, you know, people don't want to be on the record voting for wars, right? And people would rather let the executive do it, right? So basically, we've shifted Article 2 power to Article 1 without a constitutional amendment. We've just said functionally, though the War Powers Act is allegedly going to rein this in, right? So, and I was watching a video today where Barry Goldwater was saying the War Powers Act is unconstitutional, which is just fascinating, right? But basically, the War Powers Act says, I think it was 72, right? Basically said that if the president sends the military somewhere, within 60 days, Congress can repeal it. So, but that's even a concession. I mean, it's the president. I mean, what the founders intended. I think it's actually a pretty brilliant structurally. Is that the people who wage the war don't control whether we go to war, right? Because this is subject to military dictatorship, right? So they wanted the person. They knew you can't run a war by committee. So when the war is declared, then the executive exits it. But the idea was that the people that declare it are the most deliberative representative body. Senate's run by the committee of one, the president. But we've just decided, screw that.
I feel like in America, no American should go, period. And I feel like what Trump is doing in America, every American is struggling in the world, even myself. And I'm 25. So that should tell you something.
So Kim, let me explain one thing to you, Kim. I'm sick and I'm not struggling in America. You know why?
You see problems.
Just ask him. Ask him why. Ask him why.
We see. Let me finish it. AC, I'm gonna let you go after. You can ask him why. So, Kim, I asked you one question. I'm gonna ask you another question. Why do you believe? I think that the government is responsible for the outcome of your life.
Bro, the outcome of my life. I tried to sign up for food stamps. Can't get food stamps. They barely want to give me food stamps. Then when they do come to con for them to try to give me food stamps, they want you to send this. They want you to say how much you making, this and that. If I'm struggling only making something of your life at work and I got to pay my bills and try to pay NIMO, whatever the case it has to be, then you should be able to let me buzz on something. But when you let all these other Americans and all these fucking foreigners just use my language and all these other people come over here, you give them food stamps like it ain't shit. I go to work every day and I get 30 to 40 hours a week. I make maybe $600 something. Bro, I food, me, my girlfriend, get on the money, paying my phone bill every month. My other expenses I got going on, I can't live. I can't save no damn money, dude. I can't save a little bit of cheese and because I'm gonna go shopping tomorrow or plan a day to go. I can't save no money in this economy. You can't save nothing in this world. I'm 25, man, and I'm struggling. For example, what you just said, you're 62, you ain't struggling at all. That's the same thing I tell my grandma. You're 71, house paid off, car paid off, other car paid off. You have no bills or expenses. The only thing you pay, what is it? Water bill and a light bill and your phone bill. That should be nothing to you guys. And most of you guys, no disrespect, Social Security or some type of pension or retirement check. I'm 25. I don't get nothing after work every day, Monday through Friday, and try to make a living out of myself. And still don't get nothing out of it. Okay, you gotta pay for free insurance. How that work? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'm 27, and I'm also relatively poor. I'm not as broke as you, but I'm not too far away.
And I've been to prison.
Oh, congratulations.
That's not a congratulations.
Well, yeah, not but
not because he has increased points, so it's
he got nigga points. Tell him like you feel what I'm saying? It's hard for me to find a job. Like when people look at me, it's like, oh, bro, come on now. But you can find a woman.
But he can find a girlfriend easy.
Yeah, he can find a girlfriend. Not that easy. You want to come?
Exactly. But I don't understand how any of those is the president's fault.
It is the president's fault because maybe he should do something for the people and people that's in low.
No, but you complain about. You didn't complain about just. You complained about having to do the paperwork to even qualify for food stamps.
Bro, you're not understanding what I'm saying. If you can let a fucking foreigner come over here and get some fucking food stamps that fucking easy,
but Donald Trump is trying to get rid of those niggas.
He ain't got rid of them motherfuckers yet, and they still get.
Weren't they just complaining about getting rid of them last year?
They still ain't gone. They still here. I work with them every day.
Yeah, I know. So earlier in the conversation, I was trying to tell another person about how unregulated illegal immigration, how black people with no.
Bro, I've been to prison.
I already knew the answer to that question. So
Okay. Made it up.
With all due respect, David Bobadilla has had too much to drink. He drinks too much tequila or whiskey or vodka or rum. David Bobadilla.
Also, about your drinks tonight.
Okay, with all due respect, let's be nice.
We are very nice, but David prefers tequila.
You witnessed for David's first time?
His first time. I mean,
This is true.
it is true.
He had never had it before, and we're sitting there.
Bro, sing that song.
I'm gonna get chicken fried
Okay.
steak, and I said, "Go for it, dude. It's pretty good."
So,
What would it be of values, actual assets and commodities and things, tangible things? Again,
That's likely, then get some gold.
Remember that story?
Yes.
with all respect,
With all due respect, David Bobadilla loves to drink tequila.
Worked a corner before. I can try. I don't know. Up with David's dad.
Yeah, Danny, have a baby with David's dad.
There you go. I don't think I want
Sugar.
but I mean,
Oh.
if you need a sibling.
Wait, Danny. I thought you and I were going to have a child, Danny, and we were going to make the most annoying person who's ever lived in human history.
A baby with a tall person. That's more to push out.
Hey, Daddy, are you still doing your singing rooms? Can you sing a song for us?
Yeah. Can you? Adonai Eloheinu,
I get a word out, but I'm a spoiled brat, right? I'm a spoiled fucking brat, right?
Danny, what the fuck is going on with you?
I don't know. You're trying to put me in jail, Tommy. I don't know.
Nobody's trying to put you in jail. I think you need help. I think you need professional help at this point.
He told me he's trying to put me in jail. J-Lo's definitely trying to put me in jail. All they're trying to put me in jail.
Nobody's trying to put you in jail.
No one should have time to put me in jail because I haven't done anything wrong for people to have time
I think you're suffering from a manic episode. I think you need professional help.
I mean,
It's not
I
a joke.
don't...
You're rage baiting. You're a liar.
Okay.
You're a fucking liar.
I don't know what anyone thinks I did that's so bad that
The way you got everybody wrapped around your finger with this, oh my god, Danny's fucking crazy. I love it, dude. You're just a fucking rage baiter.
yeah, calm down.
There you are, Danny. For the last 3 months, this fucking helicopter following you.
Yasmin, I tagged you on X. Big Bird.
Oh god damn it, Danny.
Daddy, give me a mark, Daddy.
Wait, no, I'm in Hicksville. What do I do now?
You go to the fucking Creedmoor and go get yourself checked in. She's okay.
Danny, do you want me to send you $300 for the hotel?
Yeah, send me $300 while you're at it too, because I want to be a fucking retard.
Honestly, I would feel bad unless you made that $300 off of my content.
No room tonight.
Well, we can. We're working as fast as we can to try to monetize.
I know.
Yael isn't helping. Yael has a Powerhouse X account, and she's not helping us. She's intentionally wasting our time.
I did.
Okay, for the record, leave
What?
I lost my passion for it.
You lost your what?
I lost my passion for it.
Oh, you lost your passion.
With all due respect, we'll leave this before.
You lost your passion. I love that.
Listen, David, what have you been drinking tonight? What's on that?
Oh, I want to get drunk.
No, Daddy. Go to your parents' house.
Drunk and upset.
No.
Oh my gosh, I'm in trouble.
Danny, go.
Do you have any preference? What kind of alcohol and what kind of sex?
Let's see where we go from there.
Am I hot or cold?
I can have sex with a Muslim man. That would be fun. I've never done that.
Whoa. Not going crazy now.
Danny, if you have sex with a Muslim man, he'll make you his bride slave. You'll never escape. You'll become his property.
White guy energy? Are you looking for a chick? Like
Danny, using Hinge.
Telling me to sleep with a woman. Not every woman. Honestly,
yeah.
I don't even think that will happen. To joke around and be like, oh, it's all.
No fuck, fella. Why did you?
I'm not joking. I'm just letting you
Oh
know.
my god, there's a Tommy and there's a Thomas.
Oh.
Hey, girls. Hey, girls.
You better watch your motherfucking mouth. Don't play with me. You hear me? You hear me, girl?
You stop trauma dumping on us. We don't want the dump. Please stop.
But Stinky, though, I ain't fuck with her.
No, we don't want the dump, baby. Stop.
I want Michelle's dump on my mouth. You joke right now, guys. Shut up.
He wants you to take a shit in his mouth. Please stop. Why would you all of a sudden?
He's laughing now. So now it's good. No one's talking about death. All right.
You just told her to take a shit in your
I don't know. Except for the ones with them hard ass eyebrow humps. Hard ass eyebrow.
You're jealous. Beautiful, beautiful. Ashanti.
Ashanti.
I said, yeah. Does anybody want to fix the
tomorrow.
Anybody else's city having the weirdest like weather drops at nighttime is getting down to like 30 or 40 degrees? Or is
Oh,
it
you are around New York. Yeah. It's getting cold as hell in this area.
That's wonder.
No, fuck that. Why y'all trying to change the subject? Cornbread keep fucking with me.
Is this the remix?
Y'all keep trying to take out for cornbread, fucking with me, right? That bitch said something against me. One more motherfucking time. He fucking with me.
Hey, Slave. How you doing, Slave?
Say it. Bitch, say it again. Call me a slave again, bitch. I don't think shit funny, yo. You keep fucking with me.
That's it,
What are you doing in my house, boy? Get out in the field, boy.
Yeah, boy.
It's him being really mad at calling you by the wrong name and mad nobody responded.
That shit hurt my feelings. I can't say no jokes. But
Yes, you can, Slave. I mean, Cena.
Call me that again. Call me that again.
He set himself up for that one.
Yeah, you got me right there. Slaves.
Be quiet, Slave.
Did you play a song for my cat that passed away? Her name was Chicken.
Well, the name of this song is dedicated to Chicken. The song.
Okay, I'm going to bed now. Good night. All right, well. Good night. Bed now. Good night. All right, well. Good night, boy.
Sleep. White lady go to sleep.
That was the plan. Lady safe.
Stop talking to these transcendent.
Hey, do that again, gang. Do it again, gang. Oh, shit. Hey, you cannot get mad at that, gang. You can.
Yo, Chino, you keep falling for it, man. It's just a bunch of gay men pretending to be women hypnotizing you.
Okay, where that's from?
I'm not gonna be back.
Hey, watch your motherfucking mouth. Don't talk to my motherfucking brother like that, bitch ass nigga. You know, watch your motherfucking mouth. Hey, what I tell you, bitch, don't come up and talk like that, bitch.
Hey, look,
Bitch ass nigga.
I thought it was cool.
Hey, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Oh,
Shut up. Shut up, bitch. I'm talking to you.
Go watch some collard greens or something, you dumbass country. What are you talking about? Man, I ain't talking about
I'm not doing that.
the shit out you.
Man, you won't.
Oh,
I bet you.
the country. Where you? Oh, there ain't no country there, nigga. You ain't from Chicago.
I'm in Chicago. You don't want to come?
Let me see your house, nigga.
Right, your ass scared.
I'm in Chicago right now. I'm in Chicago right now. I'm on St. Lawrence. What we doing?
No, you're not. No, you're
I'm on
not.
St. Lawrence. What we doing?
Nigga! No, you're not. No,
Nigga,
you're
I'm on
not.
63rd.
Stop.
No, they scared of me. They scared of me because they get
Gump ass.
you, bitch. You, bitch. You, bitch. What your mama look like, ho?
Don't worry about my mother, little guy.
Right. Right. Y'all big G. Yes, I am.
53rd and what?
Damerville.
You said 53rd and what?
Damerville.
What is that? What side of the city that's on?
Damerville, nigga.
But what side of the city that's
Oh, you ain't no shit. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Man, if you in Chicago, why you give me the suburbs? Stupid.
I ain't never get no trouble, nigga.
From though, like
I just told you, nigga.
Crime.
You ain't no shit, you.
Man, yeah, I ain't tone it down. I don't want you to.
You can try to kill me.
Dumb country, nigga. It ain't hard to kill you, nigga. You put a plate of neck bones out there in the street, you'll run and go get it. Nah.
on my phone like that.
You don't call this motherfucker like that. You're like, I live in a fucking gated community. I'm not.
Okay, boom. This the.
Pull up, man. Hello?
Mystery of selflessness, which is called to the ultimate power of infinity. Simple meditation, how much less than by reason? And this is the opening of the great. And what the voice is near the Let him beware of abstinence from action, for the curse of his grade is that he must speak truth, that the falsehood thereof may enslave the souls of men. Let him then utter that without being a Jew, and yet another order and manliness, being an Arab, yet this matter toucheth the mystery, teacheth the mystery of sorrow, and the grade of a magus, the mystery of change, and the grade of ipsissimus, the mystery of selflessness, which is called also the mystery of Pan. 16. Let the magus then contemplate each in turn, raising it to the ultimate power of infinity, wherein sorrow is joy, and change is but by the method which shall have been given unto him in his initiation to the grave. 17. Following which method it shall be easy for him to combine that trinity from its elements, and further to combine such 68 here is nothing under his 3/4. And this is the opening of the great narcissus, and by the this is all trance, mirror, sympathy. 19. Sometimes be his the preacher, not his lost man. 20. Love also behind him that refuse the curse and the grave of a magus, and the grave of the and in the word chaos, let the book be sealed. Yeah, let the book be sealed.
Deep, the deepest breath of the day, freezing and building like a wave. 10 beats of thunder, holding every hidden fear. Take no limit,
Live streaming has been disabled. What happened?
Till the air begins to land every second, stretching wider than the sky. 10 rings of silence around the center of your eyes. La, la, la.